For Brentford Brent.
Here, 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 here.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Carton bras et porter la paix, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a remarkable Canadian, Valerie Dunn. Valerie celebrated her 90th birthday on January 18th. That in itself is remarkable, but I want to focus on Valerie's most significant contributions. In 1980, she started editing and publishing High Rise community newspaper. The paper has always been by and for people living in apartment and condo buildings in the Greater Toronto Area, focusing on community news. After 42 years, Valerie is still the editor and publisher of High Rise. It's published 11 times a year, going to many areas in Toronto, including my riding, and just as it was 42 years ago, it is free of charge. It's people like Valerie Dunn, energetic, innovative seniors, helping and informing neighbors, building community that motivate me to do the work that I do. Congratulations to Valerie, who at 90, in her words, will keep on trucking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, this past week, Newfoundland and Labrador lost one of its most accomplished citizens. Mr. Harry Steele passed away on January 28th. Born in Musgrave Harbour in 1929, he graduated from MUN and went on to join the Royal Canadian Navy, where he rose to the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Serving in the Navy prepared him for life in the business world, where he became an entrepreneurial icon. Mr. Steele began his business life with the purchase of the Albatross Motel in Gander. He quickly grew his hospitality business and expanded into aviation, transportation, printing and publishing, broadcasting, and the auto industry, to name a few. Mr. Steele received many tributes, and most notably, he was awarded the Order of Canada. After reminiscing with our mutual friend, Terry Hart, it was noted that Mr. Steele, like many from my province, enjoyed a good feed of salt fish. And like many as well, having a good chat. Mr. Speaker, please join me in sending our heartfelt condolences to Mr. Steele's wife, Catherine, and her sons, John, Peter, and Rob, and their families.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, on the morning of Saturday, January 15th, there was a dangerous house fire which took place in my riding. A 15-year-old and infant were able to escape. However, 3 other children were still trapped on the second floor of the home. Adam Atala, a resident of Mississauga Streetsville, bravely jumped into action when he saw the semi-detached home on fire. A neighbor led Adam into their home, allowing him to jump from the neighbor's roof onto the roof of the burning house. Adam was able to assist 2 of the children who were already on the roof down to safety. As a 3rd child was still trapped in the home, Adam broke the screen of the window to help the child evacuate the smoke-filled room. Adam's heroism and courageous actions ensured that all members of the family were able to flee the home harm-free. Adam's actions reflect the true Canadian spirit of how we as a country can come together to help our fellow Canadians in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues of both sides of the House to join me in thanking Adam for his heroic actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan.
Au nom du Bloc québécois,
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to highlight the re-election of Ghislain Picard for an 11th term as Chief of the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador. Originally from Pessamit, Ghislain Picard is an Innu who embodies dedication, tenacity, and hope, and who works for ever-increasing consideration of the interests, development, and self-determination of First Nations. Uchima Picard is the Bloc Québécois Indigenous Affairs critic. It will be a pleasure and an honor for me to continue building bridges with the First Nations you represent through a respectful, attentive, and continuous nation-to-nation dialogue.
Nanitamnika, Minu Awachawat Inuat, Kie Anumat Akwanika Tutanchichi, Pimutayan, Chi Tai Munuwao. Au nom du Bloc québécois.
On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you. Chinashkumitin Uchima Picard for the colossal work that has already been done, and good luck for the work that remains to be done that we have yet to do. I wish you a good mandate.
Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Monsieur le Président, la semaine dernière, les nouvelles mesures
Mr. Speaker, last week, public health measures allowed the reopening of theaters and the movies. It was an announcement that we had been eagerly looking forward to, because let's face it, the cultural sector is probably the one that was most affected during the pandemic. Culture is part of our society. It reflects who we are and is also part of maintaining mental health. Let's never forget it. Hochelaga is full of innovative creators from all walks of life who manage to maintain their services to the population, such as the Théâtre Denis Pelletier, the Photocours, the Maison de la Culture Maisonneuve, and others. Yesterday, our government announced the launch of a $60 million Performing Arts Worker Resiliency Fund to support people working in the sector. This assistance is intended to help and comfort those who, every single day, give hope and courage to others during these difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, nos athlètes canadiens sont...
Mr. Speaker, our Canadian athletes will soon be in Beijing for the Olympic Games. And on behalf of the entire Conservative Party team, I wish them every success and many medals. But, according to Human Rights Watch, freedom of expression, which the International Olympic Committee is supposed to provide to athletes during the Beijing Games, means nothing in China. We know full well that human rights and freedom of expression just do not exist in China. Noting concerns about data privacy and spying, some Olympic teams in Europe advised athletes not to bring personal phones or laptops to Beijing. Tennis player Peng Shuai could confirm this, but she made the mistake of writing on social media that she had been sexually assaulted by a former senior member of the ruling Communist Party, and suddenly she disappeared. So yes, we're happy for our athletes, but we have no doubt that the Chinese Communist Party is unworthy of hosting the Olympic Games.
The Honourable Member for the Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, in communities across the Northwest Territories, access to affordable housing is one of the biggest issues my constituents face. That's why I was so pleased last month to join the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion and local leaders for 3 announcements that will help more NBTers have a safe place to call home. With a $9 million federal investment, the Borealis Housing Cooperative will be able to improve the quality and energy efficiency of 50 units in Yellowknife. We also announced a $5 million top-up for our government's contributions to the Avens Pavilion project. This brings the total federal contribution to this 102-unit seniors facility to $38.7 million. And finally, the communities of Fort Good Hope, Lutsuke, and Fort Providence will have 29 new units thanks to a $9.8 million in funding from the Government of Canada. Our government is making real progress on making housing a reality for more Northerners, and I look forward to adding to this list of investments through the rest of 2022 and for the years to come. Masi Cho, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For Oakville North Burlington. Oui, nous avons.
Nous signalait que le son était insuffisant pour faire la traduction, donc on n'a pas eu de traduction, monsieur.
Je m'excuse, j'ai rien entendu.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
Le problème est plus que, je m'excuse, est-ce que la députée de Manicouagan...
Can the member for Manicouagan repeat what she said?
Merci. Je vais enlever mon masque.
Thanks. I'll take my mask off, Mr. Speaker. Translation services said that the sound was insufficient for correct translation.
I want to remind all members that if they're talking online and if they're in the virtual setting, please use your headset, because without it, our translators or our interpreters cannot hear what you're saying, and people will not get the full impact of what you're trying to put across. And I know you all have very important messages that you want to get not only to other MPs, but to all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Black History Month celebrates the many past and present accomplishments and contributions of Black Canadians that make our nation culturally diverse, resilient, and inclusive. This year's theme is February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. I'd like to pay tribute to Veronica Tyrell, community leader, founder of the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton, recipient of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal, and tireless advocate for diversity and inclusion, and my friend. She was a trailblazer in our community, working with disadvantaged youth, police services, and highlighting Oakville's Black history, focusing on the town's role in the Underground Railroad and more. She was a champion of Black history and believed in equal opportunity for all. Veronica's hard work and legacy lives on, but I know she would also say there is more work to do to empower all Canadians, especially Black communities, and it is incumbent on each of us to finish her work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
The late Colin Powell once told the U.S. President, "You break it, you are going to own it." Well, the Prime Minister broke the real estate market, and now he owns this entire crisis. 2021 was a boom year. 667,000 residential properties changed hands that year, a 30% increase over a 10-year average. Average prices went from $434,000 to $811,000, an 81% inflation increase. And the Prime Minister's solution is a scheme from the CMHC called the First Time Home Buyers Incentive that was supposed to help 100,000 Canadians, but government documents show that it's only helped 14,000. They expanded the criteria 3 times. CMHC said they would reach 65,000 in a memo from November of 2020. It's a booming real estate year, record sales, record inflation. Only Canadian families have suffered. Fixing this mess starts with admitting mistakes. The FDHBI is a failure. It's time to abolish it.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that great cities are built by exceptional citizens that contribute their time and efforts to building an inclusive community. Today I wish to recognize community leaders in the City of Vaughan who were recently appointed to the Order of Vaughan, which pays tribute to those who have made a meaningful impact on Vaughan's civic life by dedicating their time and talents to the city's ongoing success. Mr. Speaker, I want to send my heartfelt congratulations to Joseph Scrow for his unwavering commitment to bringing healthcare services to our community, Elvira Caria, an outstanding leader dedicated to public service, and Yolanda De Simone Masci, a lifelong philanthropist, as well as the other recipients for their remarkable life work. Mr. Speaker, they embody the spirit of generosity that characterizes the residents of the City of Vaughan and make our city a better place to live in. Their achievements and contributions will impact many generations, and their stories will be forever etched in Vaughan's social fabric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, last August I was honoured to attend the start of the ground sonar search at the former residential school of St. Joseph's Mission in my hometown of Williams Lake. And last week, I, along with Canadians across the country, were heartbroken to hear the news out of my hometown that after completing phase 1 of the ground sonar search and searching only 4 of 400 hectares, the burial sites of 93 human remains were discovered. Mr. Speaker, this impacts my family and the families of friends, as we had loved ones that attended St. Joseph's Mission. Some came home and some did not. My heart breaks for the families and the communities who continue to be affected by the intergenerational trauma associated with the residential school system. Their pain is real and they deserve justice. To the communities and families, I stand with you, and I continue to walk you down the path to reconciliation. I want to thank my good friend, Williams Lake First Nation, Coopy Willie Sellers, and his council and elders for their strong leadership through this extremely difficult time. As Chief Willie said last week, there can be no reconciliation without truth. Mr. Speaker, I agree. Thank you.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, Simon Edgar Dickert loved dinosaurs and sharks, the Kratt brothers and wild krats, and he was always smiling. Even while battling brain cancer for 4 years, he smiled through everything. He fought hard, and he stayed true to his beautiful personality and his sense of humor. When it came time for him to make a wish through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, he thought of everyone else first. He thought of his younger siblings, Sadie, Sean, and Emily, and his parents, Samantha and Tyler. And while he was thinking of everyone else, the community of Mount Forest was thinking of him. On Christmas Eve, Simon was only 7 years old. Mr. Speaker, may we all work for the day when kids can be kids and childhood cancer is no more. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, when people think of Sault Ste. Marie's most notable individuals, one person always comes to mind. Dr. Roberta Bondar was born and raised in the Sioux, later going on to study at numerous universities and attained a PhD and a medical degree. On January 22nd, 1992, Dr. Bondar made history as Canada's first woman and the world's first neurologist to enter space. This year marks the 30th year since her amazing mission. She's a recipient of numerous accolades, including a companionship in the Order of Canada. In addition to her extensive scientific career, she's an avid photographer renowned for her natural exhibits on nature. Dr. Bondar continues to be heavily involved in community work and champions promoting literacy, science, and arts through her foundation. Dr. Bondar, congratulations on 30-plus years of excellence, and thank you for all you do to Canada. You continue to inspire boys and girls of all ages to reach the stars. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Bondar.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to find out that in Nova Scotia, sexual health centres are being forced to close between April and September due to lack of funding, leaving individuals without access to services. Further, 9 provinces have declared outbreaks of sexually transmitted infections. Access to sexual health centres and services are foundational for reproductive justice. Mr. Speaker, this government is a self-proclaimed feminist government. However, their behaviour reflects otherwise. I would like to remind this government that reproductive justice is critical for gender equality, and this includes the right of individuals to freely make choices about their reproductive health and access to reproductive services. I am imploring this government to recognize this right to bodily autonomy and support provinces in funding sexual health services to ensure this right is upheld. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to an institution in my riding which is celebrating its 140th anniversary, its own Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in 1871, which makes it the oldest one in Quebec. It helped contribute to the building of several key facilities. For the first time, women were admitted. They led a campaign to convince the government to build a bridge over the St. Lawrence. In the 80s, it contributed to many key accomplishments, including revitalizing the downtown. Today, it includes many members who constitute a very strong business network, contributing to the success of its members. For the 140th anniversary of this organization, I want to congratulate the president, as well as the temporary PDG, and the entire board of directors.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Hey. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House took these steps to adopt multiple motions deploring and condemning hateful and racist symbols. These motions were adopted unanimously. It was the right thing to do. We must also denounce hateful and racist actions whenever they happen, including anti-Muslim, anti-Black, or them if they're directed at any group. Every person possesses inherent God-given dignity, and as legislators, it's incumbent on us to protect this dignity and condemn racism in all its forms. Blackface has a painful history. From minstrel shows in the 19th century to more recent examples, blackface continues to portray racist caricatures of Black people. Yesterday, the Liberals blocked the unanimous consent motion that I brought in this chamber condemning the use of blackface. Mr. Speaker, I urge all parties in this House to be united in fighting all forms of racism and anti-Black hate, including the use of blackface. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
Every February, I normally rise to encourage parliamentarians and Canadians to celebrate Black History Month. These are not normal times. This past weekend, a small minority thought it acceptable to bring swastikas and Confederate flags to Parliament Hill. Let's not mince words. The Confederate flag is a symbol for slavery. Whips deformed Black bodies, forced labor, mangled limbs. Torture almost always preceded lynchings. Intellectually, I know that very, very few people today would support what the Confederate flag represented. I will assume that the Confederate flag was tolerated this weekend out of respect for the individual's freedom of expression. However, in my heart, I was left wondering, who else supports this flag? Without real-time denunciations, how am I to know? That's what scares me. Even after 188 years since the abolition of slavery in Canada, in some people's eyes, I am not equal, nor should I be free. This is why I celebrate Black history, Black Canadian history, every February and throughout the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisbon.
Outside is now in its 5th day. I know the Prime Minister doesn't agree with the truckers and their supporters, but he does have some responsibility as a Prime Minister to help bring some resolution. Can the Prime Minister tell this House and tell all Canadians if he has any plans to help these folks feel like they've been heard? Does he have any plans to bring some resolution to the situation that's going on right now outside?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by recognizing the member for Durham and thanking him for his service. There is a lot we don't agree on for the direction of this country, but he stepped up to serve his country, and I want to thank him for his sacrifice, and also particularly Rebecca, Molly, and Jack for being part of what is a very, very difficult life for even the most successful of us. In regards to the vaccine mandates, we had an election on those 6 months ago, and Canadians overwhelmingly supported politicians who were firm that vaccinations are the way through this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Prime Minister. We're not fully able to hear his answer, but I heard the beginning of it in the end, and I do thank him for the remarks he made about the member from Durham, and we really appreciate that. I do want to go back to the issue at hand. And I totally get, and I think we've all heard the Prime Minister doesn't agree with the position of these protesters. I think that that's clear. But he has a responsibility as Prime Minister to help bring some resolution. And if they feel that they've at least been heard, they could maybe start to make some plans to go back home to their families. So what is his plan to bring some resolution to this impasse?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we've been focused on encouraging Canadians to do the right things, to be there for their neighbours, for the frontline health workers, the vulnerable people in their families. That means following public health advice. That means getting vaccinated. That means being there for each other as communities in respect and in support. And we have been extraordinarily engaged in encouraging people to continue to get vaccinated. Over 100,000 Canadians got their first doses just last week. There is more to do, and we will continue to listen to people who have concern as we work together.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, we all know the supply chain is fragile, and it's causing great challenges to families across the country who are facing price increases. We know the pandemic has created tremendous stress on all parts of the economy, but the Prime Minister has definitely added another layer to this already problematic situation. Will the Prime Minister admit that he is responsible for adding another layer of burden on families, and what is he going to do to fix this?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservatives seem to be under the mistaken understanding that our supply chains have been disrupted by vaccine mandates, when in fact our supply chains have been disrupted by COVID. And the best way to counter COVID is to make sure that people can do their jobs and continue to deliver goods to Canadians so we can get through this in safety. And that means following the lead of the almost 90% of Canadians truckers who have been vaccinated and getting vaccinated. That's how we get through this.
Honorable député. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, the least we can say is that COVID is having an impact, but the Prime Minister isn't acting. In his last report, the PBO said that if the government continues on this path of spending in an out-of-control fashion, it will have a direct impact on inflation. And he shouldn't blame this on COVID, because the PBO himself said that COVID was not causing inflation. It was government spending. So the Prime Minister doesn't listen to families, doesn't listen to the opposition, but he can at least listen to the PBO and start controlling spending. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that the Parliamentary Budget Officer did not say that COVID had no impact on inflation. We know very well that the global inflation crisis we're going through is directly linked to COVID-19. And the best way to get our economy back on track, to help people get through this pandemic and through this health crisis, is to be there for each other. And that's the promise that we made at the very beginning, and that's what we'll continue to do. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, one reality that all Canadian families are facing, Mr. Speaker, including wealthier ones and poorer ones, is inflation. That has a real direct impact on families when they go to the grocery store, for example. Currently, the annual grocery bill for a family is $1,000 more due to inflation. You'd have to go back 30 years to see that kind of inflation rate. According to the Prime Minister, the whole world is facing the exact same problem. No, Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing this problem because it has out-of-control spending. When will the Prime Minister rein it in? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's disappointing to see the Conservative Party of Canada completely ignore facts and reality. They're not recognizing that inflation is a worldwide phenomenon that is directly linked to COVID. It's not something that we created here in Canada, but it's something that we are reacting to. And as a government, we've reacted to it as we always have from the very beginning, We've reacted to it by standing there for Canadians and giving everything it takes. The Conservatives want us to do less, but we will be there to help Canadian families as we've always promised. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to also show respect for the member for Durham, who had always shown great rigor and commitment to this country. Well, it doesn't often happen, but on a few points, the Prime Minister and I agree. Protesting is a right, but it needs to be regulated. It's probably not a good idea to protest too much during a pandemic. The pandemic has gone on for a long time, and the protests are concerning. Now, can the Prime Minister tell us what he intends to do, concretely speaking, to end the protest crisis outside? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague for Belleuil-Chambly knows that it is not up to politicians to direct police forces. The police do their work independently. But as a government, we will ensure that we provide all of the resources necessary for law enforcement agencies to do the work that they need to do to keep Canadians safe. And, of course, to ensure that the residents of Ottawa can get back to their normal lives very quickly, we hope. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I mentioned to the Prime Minister a number of things that could be done and that the federal government could do under its jurisdiction. For example, they could encourage the protesters on the Hill to leave. But all of the proposals we made were not picked up by the Prime Minister. He has done nothing. Now, has the Prime Minister laid down a timeline for the protesters leaving? And how long will he tolerate this situation before taking action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows well that a few days ago I did say that it was time for these protesters to leave, that they have been heard and that they should now leave Ottawa so that residents here and parliamentarians can go on with their lives and their work. We will continue to work with law enforcement agencies to ensure that people are protected and to ensure that this protest, which is now becoming illegal, does come to an end. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Since the beginning of this pandemic, healthcare workers have been harassed. They've been the subject of a verbal assault. They've been blocked from going to their places of work. Vaccination centers have been shut down. We passed a law to protect healthcare workers, but it's not being enforced. At a minimum, we need to make sure frontline healthcare workers are safe in doing the important work of protecting us and saving our lives. Why are the laws to protect healthcare workers not being enforced?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the NDP and indeed all parliamentarians who supported our law to bring extra protections to frontline healthcare workers. There is no excuse and no reason for a frontline health worker to be verbally assaulted or harassed on their way into work to save the lives of Canadians. That's why we move forward on that, and that's why we will always stand to ensure that our frontline health workers are getting the protections they need while they are busy protecting the rest of us.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the work and the sacrifice of the member from Durham. We disagree fundamentally on how to help Canadians, but I want to thank him for his service. Depuis le début de cette...
Since the beginning of this pandemic, our healthcare workers have been harassed, verbally assaulted, and even prevented from going to their workplaces. At a minimum, we need to make sure that these healthcare workers who have done so much to help and protect us can do their work. We passed a law to protect them, but currently that law is not being adequately enforced. Why are these laws to protect healthcare workers not being enforced? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We entirely agree, and I'd like to thank all of the members in this House, including the NDP leader, for having supported our bill to create new protective measures for healthcare workers. They do not need to be harassed, insulted, and frightened when they're just trying to do their work to protect other Canadians. That's why we will continue to ensure that we are doing everything necessary to protect them as they do their work.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are undoubtedly frustrated with the continued COVID restrictions. This weekend, the Transport Minister stated that the cross-border trucking mandate is temporary, but that new interprovincial vaccine mandates for truckers are on the way. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the CFIB, manufacturers and exporters have all called the existing vaccine mandate harmful, bad policy on our fragile supply chain. The government continues to ignore the frustration. Is the mandate temporary, or is he expanding it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What the Conservative Party seems to continue to not understand is the threat to our supply chains is COVID, not vaccinations. That's why we will continue, as we told Canadians we would in the last election, to encourage strongly all Canadians to get vaccinated, including with mandates for anyone who travels by plane or train, including for members of the federal public service, and including for people in federally regulated industries. The way we get through this is through vaccines, and that's what we're going to stay steadfast to.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Prime Minister should talk to the Transport Minister, because the Transport Minister knows that 14,000 less loads entered Canada in the first week of this cross-border mandate. And the Minister knows that the price of a load has increased 300% to 400% since the beginning of this mandate. And the Minister knows that the Canadian business community, as well as trucking organizations, have all expressed their concern about this cross-border mandate on our fragile supply chain. So I'll ask again, when will the Minister officially ignore all of these stakeholders and all of these facts and announce an additional provincial mandate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the vulnerabilities to our supply chain come from COVID. The way to counter COVID is through vaccinations. I would encourage the members of the Conservative Party to listen to the almost 90% of truckers in this country who've chosen to get vaccinated, to keep themselves safe, to keep their families safe, to keep our frontline health workers from getting overwhelmed, and to continue to be able to do their jobs of putting food on Canadians' tables. We thank them deeply for their continued work, and we'll always be there to support and protect them.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
In December, we found out that the Liberals were secretly tracking the mobility data of 33 million Canadians during the pandemic. The only reason Canadians found out is because a request for proposal was issued to continue tracking the mobility data for another 5 years. Serious concerns have been raised by security and surveillance experts on what security measures and protocols were put in place to protect the personal privacy data of 33 million Canadians who were spied on. On Monday, the Ethics Committee unanimously passed a motion to postpone the RFP. Will the Prime Minister respect the committee's decision and cancel the RFP?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Unlike the Conservative Party, we believe data and evidence need to inform our response to COVID-19. It's crucial to inform policy and decision-making. The Public Health Agency of Canada has used de-identified data without personal identifiers to inform the government's response to the pandemic and worked closely with the Privacy Commissioner throughout. We've also publicly provided Canadians with that information since 2020 to keep them informed. We remain focused on Canadians' health and safety and continue to uphold the privacy standards they rightfully expect.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
I wish the Prime Minister felt that way about the Winnipeg lab documents. Security and privacy experts are concerned about the security protocols and measures that were put in place to protect the privacy of Canadians in this data scoop. Why was it done in secret without the user's consent? Why wasn't the Privacy Commissioner consulted? Where a Canadian eats, where they get gas, what family members they visit, and how many times they go to Costco is no business of this government, especially in a pandemic. Does the Prime Minister not understand that personal privacy protection is the foundation of our democracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservatives continue their ill-informed and ill-advised war on data. As we said, we have worked with the Privacy Commissioner to ensure that all data is de-identified, but Canadians can understand that in a public health crisis like this pandemic, it is important to be able to do everything necessary to keep Canadians safe while respecting their privacy, which is exactly what we've done. While the Conservatives continue their war on data and vaccines, we'll continue to do everything we need to keep Canadians safe and uphold their rights and freedoms.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, two food banks in my ridings are starting to see people come in that they've never seen before. And the demand for food from food banks has doubled. Now we're not just seeing people who might be on unemployment insurance, but also people who are working, who have a salary, but still can't make ends meet. Does the Prime Minister recognize that Canadians are having such a hard time paying their grocery bills? They're even having a hard time paying for gas and housing. Gas was $1.61 yesterday in my riding. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that food insecurity is something that affects a huge number of Canadians and has been affecting them from the beginning of this pandemic. That's why we dedicated hundreds of millions of dollars to support community organizations that are there to help families in need. With the rising cost of food and the pandemic, we will be there for them. We will continue to help these community organizations and volunteers who are working tirelessly to help their fellow citizens. We will continue to be there for Canadians as we promised at the beginning of this pandemic. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. But we're not seeing the results of those efforts on the ground. People can't buy food. They're having a hard time buying houses. They're having a hard time paying their rent. So can the Prime Minister stop answering from his brain and start answering from his heart and actually address these Canadians in need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand how tired and frustrated Canadians are. This pandemic has been going on for 2 years, and it has brought many, many struggles to Canadians, including when it comes to the cost of living. That's why we're investing in affordable housing, we're investing in more daycare spots, and we're helping Canadians through this extremely difficult situation. We will continue to be there for them. And $8 out of $10 of all of the aid provided to Canadians came from the federal government in this pandemic. We will continue to be there for people. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, money always comes out of taxpayers' pockets. I hope that the Prime Minister won't tell us, won't do what he did in the past and defer responsibility to the province's municipalities. Right now, people in this community are having to listen to horns day and night. People are being harassed and intimidated. We've heard that things are degenerating and that camps are even being set up by protesters. Is it not time that we set a deadline for the end of these unfortunate protests? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, one of the important issues with a situation like this is to respect our institutions, systems, and laws. The member for Belleuil-Chambly knows very well that politicians are not the ones who order law enforcement agencies to take any particular action. We are here to provide resources if law enforcement agencies request them, but they are the ones who are doing the work on the ground, and we want to see a peaceful resolution to this conflict. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister takes responsibility when he feels like it and doesn't take responsibility when he's too afraid to do so. Now, we've made clear proposals that have to do with federal jurisdiction. We talked about talking to the truckers who are favorable to vaccination. Does he intend to actually do anything? Or will he simply throw petty insults at them while they camp out for the long term? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, other parties may play partisan games, but we remain focused on Canadians and on people who need help. And yes, that includes the people of Ottawa who are having a hard time getting to work and living their lives in their home city. We will take action to end these protests, and we're going to continue to invest to help families, to help small businesses, and to help the country get through this pandemic.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Prime Minister please update the House and tell us what percentage of Canadians currently rely on foreign imported energy to heat their homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important it is to continue to invest in transforming our energy mix in this country. With climate change a reality that almost all Canadians understand and accept, we need to make sure we're drawing on the expertise of our energy sector, of our energy workers, to be able to transform towards lower carbon sources of electricity and energy. That's exactly what we are focused on right now. I'm pleased that the Conservative Party seems to understand that we need to transform our energy mix. I look forward to working with them and with all Canadians across this country to make that happen.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I actually didn't expect him to know the answer. I mean, why would he, right? It's 30%. 30% of Canadians rely on foreign imported energy to heat their homes. Energy prices are out of control. And when he talks about transforming our energy mix, Mr. Speaker, he should be talking about transforming it to sovereign produced Canadian energy that is rapidly decarbonized instead of offshoring our jobs. Will he commit to ending Canada's reliance on high-carbon, imported foreign energy?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I have committed Canada to ending its reliance on carbon-intensive fuels. We are going to reach net zero by 2050. And that is going to be something that we will only accomplish by working with and leaning on the extraordinary energy workers across this country who've created such extraordinary energy industry across this country and who are going to be a central part of moving us beyond our reliance on fossil fuels to be able to support ourselves with cleaner energy. That's the goal that we have on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. It would be nice to see.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
That's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, because you know what he's asked the Natural Resources Minister to do in his mandate letter? End energy sector jobs. That's actually in the Natural Resource Minister's mandate. So instead of diversifying our energy mix, he should be trying to ensure that Canadian energy workers have jobs, not offshore to Saudi Arabia. Will he say today that he will commit to ending the tankers of Saudi high-carbon, high-fossil fuel oils and instead commit to protecting energy sector worker jobs in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada is doing no benefit to workers in the oil industry when it pretends that all will be well as they whistle past the graveyard, because the reality is the world is moving off of fossil fuels. It'll take decades, but it is doing that. And what we need to do is plan for and create those good jobs in the energy industry that will come from renewables, come from hydrogen, come through technologies like CCUS. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party of Canada is doubling down on an approach.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Canadians know what just inflation looks like. Higher prices, less stuff on the shelves. Let me tell you what just transformation transition looks like, higher greenhouse gas emissions, and more offshore jobs. This Prime Minister has seen greenhouse gas emissions rise under his time in office. He's seen us spend billions and billions and billions of dollars on debt, all while erasing good-paying Alberta and Saskatchewan jobs in the energy sector. Instead of giving our jobs to Saudi Arabia, he should be working with the energy sector to reduce its reliance. Why hasn't he done so?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
At least Canadians are faced with a very clear choice right now. I thank the member for Nose Hill for being so articulate about it. Canadians can either move forward on continuing to rely on fossil fuels, or they can choose the path that this government has taken to ensure that we're supporting our energy workers as we transform towards less reliance on fossil fuels, as we get to net zero. I know the future that Canadians want to choose because that's how they voted in the last election, for parties serious about fighting climate change. I really hope the Conservatives take a hard look at that policy.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, it is inexcusable that after every wave, our healthcare system continues to be on the brink of collapse. This isn't a surprise. COVID has exposed that our healthcare system is fragile because of decades of underfunding by federal governments, whether conservative or liberal. We need to make sure our healthcare system is there for people when they need it most. The Prime Minister wants to wait until after the pandemic. We disagree. People can't afford to wait. People need that care now. So will the Prime Minister commit to increasing healthcare transfers immediately to protect our healthcare system and the people who need it most?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Every year, the federal government transfers over $40 billion to the provinces for the delivery of healthcare in their jurisdictions. On top of that, over the past 2 years, we invested an additional $63 billion in healthcare investments and things that include vaccines, but also include transfers to provinces. We know that there is a need for us to step up in healthcare, and we have done so both immediately, and we've committed to doing so in the future. And we look forward to robust conversations with the provinces on how best to deliver good health care for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
La réalité, c'est notre...
The reality is that our health system is in danger. We need sustainable funding. This means an increase in healthcare transfers. Every time we have a new wave of COVID-19, we can't accept that our healthcare system becomes fragile. We need support right now. The Prime Minister says we have to wait until after the pandemic is over, but people can no longer wait. Can the Prime Minister commit to increasing health transfers immediately? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that in addition to the $43 billion that we're sending the provinces every year for their healthcare systems, over the past 2 years, we spent $63 billion more on things like vaccines, tests, transfers to provinces, support for healthcare systems to ensure that we can be here for people across the country. And yes, I've already committed to transferring more money to the provinces, and we will do so, but we need conversations to make sure things are done properly and that we deliver true results for Canadians.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. In 2014, Russia twice invaded Ukraine, first in Crimea and then in eastern Ukraine. Recently, Russia has massed over 130,000 soldiers on Ukraine's border and is threatening a further invasion of Ukraine. This further Russian aggression is a threat to not only Ukraine's security, but to Europe's security, to that of our allies, and to Canada's security. Could the Prime Minister please explain what steps Canada has taken and will take to deter a Russian invasion of Ukraine and to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity?
Excellent question.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his tireless advocacy on behalf of the Ukrainian community, both here in Canada and abroad. We're working with our NATO allies, and we've extended Operation Unifier. We continue to work with them to coordinate our responses to deter further Russian aggression. When Ukraine needed support financially, We were there with a loan of $120 million. When Ukraine needed more support for military training, we stepped up. And when Ukraine needed more cyber support, we were there. Rest assured, we will continue with our support for Ukraine.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, farmers and ranchers across Western Canada are out on the roads protesting and desperately trying to be heard. The feed crisis across Western Canada is devastating. And a chinwag with CP Rail and a virtual supply summit has done nothing to address a critical animal health issue. And the trucking mandates are making things even worse for Manitoba pork producers. With this crisis, why is the Prime Minister ignoring Western Canadian farmers? Why isn't he doing something to address this feed shortage crisis?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, COVID has disrupted our lives in many, many different ways, and things are hard for farmers like they are hard for people right across the country, even as we rely on them to continue to put food on our tables, to continue to support us. So we thank them for that. And we will continue to make sure we are getting through this pandemic the best way possible. That means making sure people get vaccinated to stay safe and not overwhelm our health systems, and be there with supports for small businesses, for farmers, for industries that are hard hit by this pandemic. Those supports are what is helping us through and making our recovery so strong.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Liberal policies are making it more difficult for Canadians to even purchase groceries and afford the food that they need. But when they are contributing to an animal health crisis, that is a new low for this government. Instead of gauging the feed in their bins by the weeks or even the months, ranchers are gauging it by the minute. Many of them are scraping the bottom of the bin. Producers and cattle ranchers are putting their animals on rations. Pork producers in Manitoba, Quebec, and Ontario are culling their herds. This is an animal health crisis. So when there is a crisis, why is the Prime Minister's default to blame Canadians instead of finding a solution?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know what the solution is, and we've been working on the solution with Canadians for the past 2 years. Keep supporting small businesses, keep supporting our ranchers and farmers, continue to rely on science and evidence and public health measures to minimize the impacts of this pandemic, continue to invest, to be there for people. While the Conservative Party has criticized us for doing too much to support Canadians, we know that investing up front to support Canadians is what has led us to have a strong economic recovery and low impacts of COVID. There are still challenges. We will continue to be there.
Member for Foothills.
So, Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Minister came back from Washington and said the U.S. mainland is going to be open to PEI potatoes in the coming weeks, and we'll have access to Puerto Rico maybe this week. So, shockingly, I guess it was a political dispute and had nothing to do with the quality of PEI potatoes. So, knowing now that it is a political dispute, will the Liberals lift their self-imposed export ban on potatoes to the United States this month, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I sat down with President Biden just a few months ago, we spent time directly speaking about this potato issue. We know that the hard work and the quality of the potatoes grown in Prince Edward Island is without dispute. We support those farmers. We support farmers across the country. We will continue to work with our partners, particularly the United States in this case, to resolve it and to demonstrate that Canadian potatoes are among the best in the world.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, Islanders aren't looking for promises. They're looking for results. The Agriculture Minister said that Secretary Vilsack said that they would have access to the U.S. mainland and Puerto Rico perhaps this week. Yet still, nothing has happened. And now, Secretary Vilsack has said there is absolutely no timeline to reopen United States mainland or Puerto Rico to PEI potatoes. That is not what the Agriculture Minister promised PEI potato growers. So, do we believe the Agriculture Minister, the Prime Minister, or Secretary Vilsack? Who's telling the truth?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Islanders know well, we have been engaged on this issue from the very beginning. Ministers Bibeau and Macaulay had a very effective trip to Washington just last week, where they were able to engage directly on finding solutions for this issue. We know how difficult it is for islanders, but we are going to continue to stay on their side, by their sides, working with them to resolve this as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, everyone is exhausted from COVID, but the ones who are the most aren't those who are the ones honking their horns outside. It's the caregivers who have been struggling for 2 years. And unfortunately, healthcare workers don't have the attention or support of the PM. The healthcare system is crumbling, and the Prime Minister must do his part to rebuild it. He needs to do his part to hire more people and to increase capacity and the quality of care. And doing his part also means increasing healthcare transfers. Does the Prime Minister understand this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, not only have we transferred $43 billion per year to provinces for their healthcare systems, but we've also spent $63 billion additionally on healthcare expenses to help Canadians and healthcare systems to get through this pandemic. We have shown that we are here to help Canadians like we promised. 8 out of every $10 in all the assistance sent to Canadians during this pandemic came from the federal government and not the provinces. The Member for Jonquière, that's reassuring. The $63 billion that the Prime Minister is talking about is for emergency measures. We won't see that money in healthcare. But we knew the healthcare system was underfunded before the pandemic, and it will be also after. And now, and that is why Quebec and all the provinces are asking for healthcare transfers to be increased and for the healthcare system to be rebuilt. It will be the task for 2022. Will the Prime Minister contribute to this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I committed last year to be there to increase health care transfers. How to do so to deliver the best health care and results for Canadians? Well, that will be the subject of discussions we will have with provinces right now. But yes, we will be there like we were there during the pandemic to make sure that we have quality health care for all Canadians across the country. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For almost 2 years now, we've been fighting against this pandemic. Yesterday, I asked the Minister of Finance, how can parents pay their groceries with the rampant inflation that we're dealing with, not seen in 30 years? And the only answer I got, Mr. Speaker, was inflation is worse elsewhere than here in Canada. It doesn't put food on the table for Canadians. And I'll try again with the Prime Minister. Everything costs more today. How long will he tolerate the impoverishment of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we made a simple promise to Canadians that continues with the commitment we made in 2015 to be here for Canadians, to support them during tough times. And that is what we did throughout the pandemic, despite the Conservatives who said we were doing too much for families. And we're going to continue to be there for them. Initiatives for creating more daycare spots and for affordable daycare across the country is making an enormous difference in the lives of families, even though the Conservatives are against that initiative. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, when you go in the grocery aisles and you see the cost of chicken, meat, the cost of everything, all the prices are going up by 5.7%. Well, you don't wonder where the money's coming from and who's doing what. You just wonder how you're going to pay your groceries when you get to the cash. Do you have to put something aside? Because what you'll see at the cash register will be higher than the amount you have in your pocket to pay. And that's what concerns family, Mr. Speaker, family. And when people have to go to food banks, well, there's 10 or 15% more people going to them. And we wonder how far this government will go by letting Canadians become increasingly poor. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of this pandemic, we understood that the best thing to do was to be here for Canadians, and that's exactly what we did. Not only to battle this healthcare crisis and save lives, but also to make sure that our economy would recover quickly throughout and after this pandemic. That's what we did, and that's what we're doing right now through a very strong economic recovery. We've seen more jobs return in Canada than other countries have, and we're going to continue to be here to help families, including throughout this crisis in terms of the cost of living and affordability. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the only winners in this inflation is the government, because if everything costs more money, people have to pay more taxes, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. Mr. Speaker, if our economy is going so well, like the Prime Minister says, how come mothers and fathers can't seem to make ends meet? How come they have hard decisions to make when they have to feed their families? The question we're asking right now is, when will the Prime Minister take action and realize that inflation of 5% or 6% or 7% or 8% or 9% or 10%, 11%? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, we see that the Conservative Party is having a hard time understanding reality that Canadians are facing. We are in a pandemic that is global. It has had a great impact on the cost of living, on food supply chains, and yes, on inflation. And the best way to end this and to minimize the impact, the best way to do this is through vaccination. It is through public health measures. But the Conservative Party can't even convince its own members to get vaccinated. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Suicide is the 9th leading cause of death in Canada, and the 2nd leading cause of death in people aged 15 to 34 years of age. The suicide rate amongst Indigenous people is even higher. North of my riding, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous communities face many barriers and are very affected by this issue. This week is the 32nd National Suicide Prevention Week in Quebec, and this year's theme is Talking About Suicide Saves Lives. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for her question and for her commitment. Our thoughts go out to the loved ones of those we have lost to suicide and for those who suffer from suicidal thoughts. We'd like to support all Canadians and ask them to develop the app that is available 7 days a week, 24/7. We're also committed to fully funding and establishing a national suicide prevention hotline. No one should have to be ashamed to ask for help.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Russia is threatening to further invade Ukraine and has massed over 100,000 troops on its borders. While the world is watching, hoping Canada would do more and stand up and do the right thing, this Prime Minister sent his Foreign Affairs and Defense Minister to Kiev empty-handed. Half measures are not going to get this job done. We know that President Putin is provoked by weakness, the very weakness this Prime Minister is demonstrating. When will the Prime Minister actually stand with Ukraine and send them the lethal defensive weapons they've asked for?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member for Selkirk Interlake has a strong Ukrainian community in his riding, and I'm glad he continues to stand with us for Ukraine. But I will highlight that if he had actually spoken with Ukrainian officials and leaders, he would know that their number one ask was for $120 million of sovereign loan for economic supports, which we delivered in days, and an extension of Operation Unifier to make sure that Ukrainians themselves themselves have all the necessary training and abilities to defend their territory, as we know they will. Canada stands in solidarity with Ukraine and will continue to.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, empty rhetoric and good wishes aren't enough to stop the Russian invasion. The Prime Minister knows he's offside with our NATO allies. Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, the United States, the United Kingdom have all provided lethal defensive weapons. Ukraine needs our support now before Russia invades, not after. When will the Prime Minister send defensive lethal weapons, restore the supply of RadarSat images, and apply Magnitsky sanctions against those responsible for this escalation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, we see the Conservatives trying to mislead Canadians on what we're actually doing. We are delivering the support that Ukraine asked for, both economic support and, most importantly, expanding immediately Operation Unifier, which is an extraordinarily successful operation that has trained over 33,000 Ukraine military forces to be able to stand strongly against any further Russian incursion. We are working closely with the government of Ukraine and all of our NATO allies to demonstrate that we are strong with Ukraine and united against any further Russian incursions.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, the Prime Minister knows that an invasion is imminent, and he knows that sending soft aid isn't going to fix the situation. Buying pillows, this isn't going to work. This isn't a pillow fight. He knows that the non-essential diplomatic staff at our embassy in Kiev have been evacuated. He knows that our soldiers in Operation Unifier have all been moved west. Instead of standing by and watching Russia invade, will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing and give Ukraine the lethal weapons it desperately needs now? Not later, now.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Let me check with the...
Mr. Speaker, Canada, alongside its allies, stands with Ukrainian governments, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian territorial integrity. That is what we have always done. Every different country looks for the best ways it can help. And what Canada is continuing to do is something that is extraordinarily valuable to the Ukrainian people, which is Operation Unifier, which is direct training of tens of thousands of Ukraine military personnel to be able to defend their country. It has been the number one ask of President Zelensky and others, along with financial supports that we delivered in days. We will continue to do what is needed to de-escalate the situation and to stand with
the honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, one of the ways we can prevent transmission of the COVID-19 and to protect our families and communities is the use of rapid tests. At the beginning of January, our government committed to obtaining 140 million rapid tests by the end of the month. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many rapid tests Canada has received since the beginning of the 2022? Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Brampton Centre for his question and for his hard work. We're working around the clock to keep Canadians safe and ensure provinces and territories have the tools they need to fight COVID-19, first and foremost with enough vaccines for everyone. But that also includes procuring more rapid tests. We committed to procuring 140 million new rapid tests in January of 2022, and that's exactly what we've done, with millions more arriving every day. We hope all parties will support the legislation we introduced this week, a $2.5 billion investment to continue purchasing all the necessary supports for Canadians.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
New Democrats have long been raising the concern that clawbacks to GIS are impacting vulnerable seniors who can't pay their bills or pay their rent. We know that the Prime Minister is talking about fixing this problem in May, but seniors can't afford to wait until May. We just learned of a senior who passed away yesterday. They had their GIs clawed back. They could not afford the nutritious meals they needed, nor could they afford the type 2 diabetes medication that they needed. I'm haunted by the thought that this senior might still be with us today if their GIS was not clawed back. So will the Prime Minister commit to fixing this problem now and not waiting until May.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our priority has always been to be there for the most vulnerable, especially our seniors. That's why we worked hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including with increases to GIS. We're making major investments through a one-time payment for seniors whose benefit had been affected by pandemic supports. We know we have more work to do, and we're still going to be there to support seniors and look forward to working with all parliamentarians to do exactly that.
Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Colleagues representing urban centres, along with just about everywhere else, is fully aware of the opioid crisis in Canada. The number of deaths and related destruction in our communities is staggering. I've seen this firsthand on my safety walks with Toronto Police. In 2020, my riding of Spadina, Fort York saw 57 deaths, the second highest fatality zone in Toronto. Mr. Speaker, opioids claim the lives of 19 Canadians per day, and over 24,000 have died. Can the minister inform this House what the government is doing to end the carnage?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the opioid epidemic has worsened during this pandemic. We have to continue treating this as a health issue, not a criminal one. The first ever federal Minister of Mental Health and Addictions will be advancing a comprehensive strategy, supporting the provinces and territories and working with Indigenous communities to provide access to a full range of evidence-based treatment and harm reduction, to improving public education and reducing stigma, and to create standards for substance use treatment programs. We will use every tool at our disposal to end this national public health crisis.
That's all the time we have for question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That's all the time we have.
Opportunity. I know it's been brought to my attention that a couple of terms were used during question period today that were trying to accomplish indirectly what we can't do directly in the chamber. So I just want to remind everyone in the chamber that that is something that we have to respect, and it will increase the amount of respect that we have for each other in the chamber, allowing us to better operate and get through our business. Nous avons un rappel au règlement, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation among the parties, and I think that you will find there is unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House reaffirms the vital and essential role of journalists in a democracy and condemns the attempts to intimidate them over the past few days in their coverage of the events in Ottawa. All those against the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All opposed to the motion will please say nay. It is carried.
Okay, we're all set. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister for International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report of the 2019-2020 Canada account as prepared by Export Development Canada. Thank you. Merci.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister... Oh, sorry, just a minute. I'll actually read this first. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Fortier, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Is deemed adopted. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is adopted.
Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
It's my pleasure. I have the honour to present the first report from the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in its relation to the motion adopted Monday, January 31st, 2022, regarding the collection and use of mobility data by the Government of Canada, and it calls upon the government to suspend the Public Health Agency of Canada's cellular data tender upon adoption of this motion, which was supported unanimously by members of the committee.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kings Heath.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food concerning the motion adopted on the 16th of December 2021. Concerning the government's response, and the title of the report is Room to Grow, Strengthening Food Processing Capacity in Canada for Food Security and Exports. This was tabled to the House of Commons on May 4th, 2021, during the second session of the 43rd Parliament.
Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd like to thank all those involved, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for having the opportunity today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves for leave and to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, and the Pension Benefit Standards Act 1985, pension plans and group insurance plans. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to present a bill that would correct a long-standing deficiency in Canada's bankruptcy laws that have had the perverse impact of expecting Canadian workers who've paid in good faith into a pension plan throughout their entire career to take a back seat to professional risk takers, whether it's banks, creditors, investors, others who invest in companies with surplus capital in order to make money when workers don't have the opportunity to go and have a whole other 25-year career on the cusp of their retirement. So it is really important that the pension promise be honored in Canada as it is in other jurisdictions that have far better protection for the pensions of their workers. And I just would be remiss if I didn't say a big thank you to the former MP for Hamilton Mountain, Scott Duvall, who did excellent work in developing this piece of legislation, both as a parliamentarian, but also out of his personal experience as a worker and as a union officer at Stelco, where workers for many years had the future of their pension called into question because of these inadequacies in our bankruptcy laws. And I look forward to working with members of all parties to find a way forward to get this change finally done. Thank you.
Mr. Blakey, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy to Assess, Prevent, and Address Environmental Racism and to Advance Environmental Justice. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to speak today to table this private member's bill. This is an essential issue, and it is essential that we take action on environmental racism.
I'm very honored to present this bill, and I want to take a moment to thank the Member of Parliament who initially put it forward. It's appropriate today to bring this forward as we begin February and Black History Month. This is a way to confront racism. Part of me thinks it's also appropriate to present it on Groundhog Day, because here we go again. This bill was initially presented by the wonderful former Member of Parliament for Cumberland Colchester, Lenore Zann. And Lenore did me the enormous honor of asking me, a member of parliament from a different party, to second the bill when it first came forward in this place. It enjoyed widespread support, as you will remember, Mr. Speaker. It cleared second reading. It went to committee. A lot of work has been done. And I want to keep this nonpartisan. This is a bill that has enjoyed widespread support. Many members of parliament are very keen to see this bill pass. I really urge all colleagues to reflect on the fact that the United States and the Environmental Protection Agency for more than 3 decades has had active programs to confront environmental racism, while the term is hardly well understood in our country. I look forward to working with colleagues across party lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame May, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Morris, move that this bill be read a first time and printed.
Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
Read a second time at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions
Presenting petitions.
for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present a petition that deals with an issue that touches on so many other concerns of Canadians, from reconciliation to climate action, and specifically, of course, to the urgent necessity to stop building fossil fuel infrastructure. The petitioners note that the Trans Mountain Pipeline violates Indigenous rights, that it will be banking on ongoing production of bitumen and production of fossil fuels, well past the point that we need to act to live up to our commitments under the Paris Agreement. The petitioners ask this House assembled to cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling a petition signed by residents of my riding who are concerned by companies based in Canada who are contributing to damaging the environment and violating human rights around the world. People who defend their rights against these companies are often attacked, harassed, or killed. Indigenous peoples and marginalized women are often particularly threatened. Canada encourages these companies, but does not require them to eliminate these behaviors from their supply chains. The petitioners call on Canada to take stronger action and to ensure reporting concerning these companies' actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is in support of Bill S223, which seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It would make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. This bill passed unanimously in the House of Commons in 2019 in exactly the same form, and petitioners are hoping that this Parliament is the one that finally gets this done, Mr. Speaker.
Petition for Saskatchewan. I'll get it right eventually. Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll indulge me, I do want to begin by thanking the member for Durham for his excellent service and ongoing service to this place. I have a number of petitions to present, especially focused on international human rights issues. This first one is particularly important to reflect on this week in light of the opening of the Beijing Olympics. Petitioners are highlighting the ongoing genocide facing Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. It notes a campaign of coordinated violence against Uyghurs, and it calls on the government to act, to recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. The next petition also deals with a human rights issue in the People's Republic of China. It is in support of Bill S223, a bill that I've tabled in this place that would make it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This is a bill that has passed now 3 times unanimously in the Senate. It's passed this House unanimously in the same form in a previous Parliament, and I know this bill is supported by many members on all sides. I think it's supported by all members, but we need to make sure that we actually get it passed into law to protect people that continue to be victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights ongoing human rights concerns in Ethiopia, in particular in the Tigray region. Some of the asks in the petition are a little bit dated now. For instance, it does reference election monitoring in the elections which have already taken place. But I think many of the asks are still relevant in terms of seeking peace and reconciliation, independent investigations of crimes and human rights, and calling on the government of Canada to be engaged in an ongoing way with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments with respect to the situation in Tigray. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to limit myself to a mere 4 today, which I'll try to do better tomorrow. But the next and final petition that I'm tabling is with respect to the situation in Afghanistan. There continue to be significant concerns about, of course, the human rights and humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. In particular, these petitioners are highlighting the situation of the Hazara minority community. They seek recognition from the government and from Parliament of past genocides committed against the Hazara people, the designation of September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and as well policies that allow development assistance to get to vulnerable people and ensure that that development assistance is consistent with our commitment to advancing peace and security. Of course, the situation for the Hazara people has significantly deteriorated since the Taliban takeover, and much work continues to need to be done to stand up for minority communities, religious and ethnic minorities in Afghanistan and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, for limiting himself to 4. Petitions, anybody else? Petition, quelqu'un? Good. Questions on the order paper? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day. Oh, sorry. Point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to respond to the question of privilege raised by the member from Louis St. Laurent respecting the alleged premature disclosure of the content of Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19. On Monday, the Prime Minister made a general statement of the government's intention to introduce a bill to purchase rapid tests. The Prime Minister did not divulge the details of the bill, namely the amount of money for the purpose, nor the mechanism for purchasing and distributing these tests across Canada. This is a very short bill with 2 clauses. The amount, in bracket, is about $2.5 billion, and the mechanism for distributing these tests. As a result, I submit that speaking in very general terms about the bill does not meet the bar for a question of privilege respecting the divulgation of the content of the bill during the notice period. Furthermore, as part of the government's consultation process, a draft legislative proposal on the statutory spending authority for rapid test procurement was shared with parties of the House last week before the bill was placed on notice. On June 8, 2017, the Speaker ruled on a question of privilege related to the alleged premature disclosure of Bill C-49, and he stated that, and I quote, the right of the House to first access to legislation is one of our oldest conventions. It does not it does and must, however, coexist with the need of governments to consult widely with the public and stakeholders alike on issues and policies in the preparation of legislation. Speaker Parent explained on February 21, 2000, at page 3767 of debates. Although the members of the House should always be the first ones to examine legislation after it has been introduced and read the first time, this rule must be balanced against the need for the government to consult both experts and public when developing its legislative proposals. End of quote. Speaking in very general terms of a bill without divulging the specific details of the bill does not meet the threshold of a question of privilege, Any risk was further mitigated by the government sharing a draft bill with opposition parties 4 days prior to its introduction. Clearly satisfies our long-standing imperative that members of the House should always be the first ones to examine the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And of course, I want to thank the member or the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader for that intervention. I'm sure the Speaker will consider that in his work. Orders of the day.
Ordre du gouvernement.
Government order.
An act to amend to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021.
Monsieur Boissonnault, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that Bill C-18, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Now I'm thinking who's speaking to this one is Monsieur Boissonnault, the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair again. It's an honor to begin debate on C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021. This legislation builds on important measures enacted by another critical piece of legislation that received royal assent in December, Bill C2, which provided certainty to Canadians and Canadian businesses in the face of the Omicron variant. Like this legislation, C2 provided essential and targeted support for businesses still deeply affected by the pandemic, including the Canadian tourism sector, which continues to be one of the most affected by COVID-19. En tant que ministre du Tourisme, je tiens.
As Minister of Tourism, I want to reiterate that our government remains fully committed to supporting the tourism industry through this difficult time, so that it can quickly recover and prosper. I will continue to say that the Canadian economy will not be fully recovered as long as our tourism industry is not back on its feet. That said, with the support measures that our government set up early in the pandemic, I am convinced that local tourism companies will be able to recover from this pandemic and better position themselves to seize opportunities in the future.
I can say, Associate Minister of Finance, as Member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre, that first and foremost, the best way to keep our economy growing and supporting businesses like those in our vibrant tourism sector is to win the fight against COVID-19. Bill C8 includes numerous measures to win this fight, including $1.7 billion to help provinces and territories secure the additional rapid tests they need to keep Canadians safe and healthy, including through expanded school and workplace testing programs. L'accès aux tests de dépistage.
Access to rapid tests is an important tool to contain transmission, notably against new variants like Omicron, and to protect everyone around us. Our government also supports provinces and territories in their initiatives.
Proof of vaccination will help fully vaccinated Canadians to travel within the country and internationally. And despite the claims of some, it is an essential tool in protecting Canadians. Let me be very clear. Vaccine mandates and proof of vaccination credentials do protect our families, our workplaces, and our communities. They give us the confidence to have a meal at a restaurant, to attend community events with families and friends, and even to begin to travel safely in accordance with public health guidelines. This is also another way that we can support Canada's tourism sector by making Canadians and international visitors feel safe as they explore all that our country has to offer. As I always note, Mr. Speaker, safety comes first, then travel. Bill C8 would support these efforts by allocating the necessary funds, some $300 million, for the government to reimburse provinces and territories' expenditures related to the implementation of their proof of vaccination programs.
Mr. Speaker, another way that Bill C8 will support the health and safety of Canadians is that it will invest in adequate coverage with respect to COVID restrictions, whether it's in classrooms and shopping centres or meeting rooms. The government is determined to help Canadians and companies, as well as organizations, to improve ventilation and air quality in their establishments. and to ensure the security of Canadians. Many small businesses are on the front lines of the fight against this pandemic. They want to do their share by having healthier indoor air. But ventilation improvements can be costly, and that is why we established C8 with a tax credit that will be a 25% refund for eligible expenses so that companies can improve air quality.
Ventilation in schools and protect students, teachers, school staff, and parents from outbreaks. To do this, Bill C8 proposes to provide up to an additional $100 million to provinces and territories through the existing Safe Return to Class Fund. This funding continues the support provided through the original $2 billion Safe Return to Class Fund by specifically targeting ventilation-related improvement projects. Mr. Speaker, as the pandemic continues to affect the lives of Canadians, our government knows that elevated inflation, a global phenomenon driven by the unprecedented challenge of reopening the world's economy, is leading Canadians to worry about the cost of living. We understand concerns about higher cost of living, and we are taking action. Our government has cut taxes for the middle class while raising them on the top 1%. Building on the success of the 2015 and 2019 middle class tax cuts that lowered taxes for millions of Canadians, our government has put more money in the pockets of Canadians. We're also working with provinces and territories to implement a Canada-wide $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families and create new jobs. Because of this measure, Mr. Speaker, the fee reductions in the coming year will help deliver thousands of dollars of tax savings to families with young children. Additionally, on December 13th, our government and the Bank of Canada announced that we will renew the 2% inflation target for another 5-year period, which will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada. So, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, our government is already working hard to address the cost of living and to make life more affordable for Canadians.
For example, we're also proposing to increase support teachers who teach from home or in classrooms. Throughout this pandemic, teachers have shown, as they always have, that they're ready to do what is necessary to ensure that their students receive a quality education. To support educators in early childhood learning, we're proposing in C8 to enhance tax credits for school supplies that are eligible.
Forward to address housing affordability through the implementation of a national annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate in Canada that is considered to be vacant or unused, something our government announced as part of Budget 2021 to cut down on underused housing. This bill would introduce a new act, the Underused Housing Tax Act, to ensure that non-resident, non-Canadian owners, particularly those who use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth and housing, pay their fair share of Canadian tax beginning in the 2022 calendar year. Let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a new capital gains tax, as the opposition continues to misinform Canadians. It's a sound fiscal measure to address housing affordability. Bill C8 would also support Canadians living in northern parts of the country by expanding access to the travel component of the northern residence deductions to give all northerners, including those who do not receive travel assistance from their employer, the option to claim up to $1,200 in eligible travel expenses. Mr. Speaker, our government has put in place unprecedented relief measures throughout the pandemic to support Canadian families and businesses. As we continue to provide targeted support to those who need it most, we will be there for Canadians. Alors que nous sortons de la COVID-19.
As we see the end of COVID-19, we will focus on jobs and growth and make life more affordable for Canadians to prosper. Bill C8 will continue to support the work of our government on this key issue.
We are all tired, and we are all eager for this pandemic and the challenges it has created to become a thing of the past. But our message to Canadians from coast to coast to coast is clear. It is that our government is taking action to win this fight, to support Canadians and businesses, and to keep them and their families safe. That's why I call on my colleagues here today to join me in supporting the passage of this important bill. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments.
Comments, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on a comment the minister made with respect to vaccine mandates. One of the concerns that I'm hearing from my constituents is particularly around how the government's vaccine mandates are affecting the services and the access that people have, whether or not they are vaccinated. So we have the truckers mandate that is in place. And of course, we know most truckers are vaccinated, but removing those truckers from the road who are not vaccinated, recognizing that they work alone, that they have to abide by other public health measures when they visit restaurants, etc., taking them off the road creates a significant strain in terms of goods. We can talk about the public service mandate, which is impacting my constituents' ability to access government services. We are seeing significant backlogs in terms of immigration and other services that people need access from government. And those constituents of mine who need those services, it doesn't matter whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated, they are impacted by these mandates because the impact on supply chains, the impact on access to government services, these impacts are very significant. So recognizing that the vast majority of Canadians have gotten vaccinated, but these mandates are still having a significant impact on the vaccinated and unvaccinated alike, could the minister comment to my constituents on why he thinks these mandates and their impact on Canadians, on my constituents and his, are justified?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
And thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think what we need to look at as Canadians is the fact that the number one, the fight we have here is against COVID. And the number one tool that we have in our toolkit to defeat COVID is the vaccine program. And to that effect, I have to congratulate the fact that 90% of truckers across the country are vaccinated. And our commitment, and we fought an election over this, was to ensure that we would continue to encourage and, in the case of federally regulated industries, mandate vaccines to keep Canadians, our families, and our communities safe. We will continue to work through supply chain issues, but the number one mission that we have as a country is to get fully vaccinated and to make sure that we end this fight against COVID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honourable député.
The honourable member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane-Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the minister for his speech. I have a question for him about the new federal tax on underused housing. He said it will help battle the housing crisis with several millions over 4 years. The PBO said this week that 100 million less would be involved in Quebec, and we need some 50 million new affordable social housing units in our communities. So I'd like to know how this funding will help build social housing for Quebec and across the country. Does he really think that this money will help solve the housing crisis? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and for commitment to the issue of housing, affordable housing. It is a concern for me here in my riding and across the country, and we are going to see how this new tax helps to add considerable amounts of money that we've already put on the table for our national housing program. We've put $72 billion to date on the table, and we're going to focus on rapid housing so that we can build affordable units across the country, including in Quebec. This is a priority for Minister Hussein and for myself and our government.
A commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Going to Zoom. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't that long ago the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report where he expressed concern about the late tabling of Canada's public accounts and the government's accounting for money and the way it's spent. One of the things, the situation we have before us in Bill C-8, there's
there's a proposal to spend $1.72 billion on COVID-19 rapid tests. And then, of course, we just heard a question of privilege about Bill C-10, which proposes to spend $2.5 billion on rapid tests. I guess my question is the intention that the amount in Bill C-10 would replace and get rid of the clause in Bill C-8 for purchasing rapid tests, or is the idea that the government is asking for money in two places and ultimately intends to spend about $4.2 billion on rapid tests?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if we take a look very closely at what's in C8, it's to do what we said we would do in the fall economic statement, and it is to provide $1.7 billion to get rapid tests into the hands of the provinces and Canadians. And as we've said all along the way, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and his lens on this issue, we're going to continue to do what we need to do as a government to get rapid tests into the hands of provinces, into the hands of Canadians, so that we can stay safe in our communities and that we can make sure that we can move about our communities in a safe and responsible way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been a great deal of discussion amongst ministers and members of Parliament with their constituents to try to get a better sense of the types of legislation supports that we should be providing from Ottawa. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in terms of from Edmonton or from Alberta, some of the consultations that he has done and some of the thinking he has about the federal government's participation in his home province of Alberta.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his great question. And as he knows, as I do, the amounts in C8 are in addition to the amounts in C10. But let me just have a reflection, because I can tell you that when I was on the doors in the election, Mr. Speaker, the three things that kept coming up the most were climate change, followed by COVID supports, and then childcare. And I was in a particular area of my riding, which hasn't always been, let's say, the most politically friendly, but there was a woman on her doorstep and she said, "Come and have a sit with me." And so I did. And she said, "Take a look to the three houses to the left of me and the three houses to the right. Take a good look at mine." And she said, "All 7 of these houses would have been gone without your supports as a government. And so you have our support as a bloc because you saved our bloc." And to the Parliamentary Secretary's question, the average across Canada is that our government provided 8 out of 10 COVID support dollars. In Alberta, that number is 9 out of $10. That's how much the federal government has had the backs of Edmontonians, Calgarians, Albertans through this COVID pandemic, and we will continue to do so.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, the Minister for Tourism. As he will know, as a former tourism industry operator myself, as my childhood, I'm passionate about this industry, and I know that they are still hurting. The tourism sector has been walloped. There are, obviously other service sectors, restaurants and so on, as the Honourable Minister will know. But I want to ask him specifically about the ground transportation sector. Our regional bus lines have been asking whether Maritime Bus in Atlantic Canada or Wilson's bus lines out here in BC, they have their coach lines for the most part. He'll know that the big bus companies like Greyhound have left British Columbia. There's an Alberta coach companies are also privately owned. We need federal government funding support to maintain ground transportation. And I wonder if he has any thoughts on how that agenda is moving forward.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her devotion to the tourism sector and to this particular issue. And let me just say to begin that through the pandemic, we invested $15 billion in Canadians and businesses in the tourism sector. And the critical importance of C2 legislation passing in December was also extremely important, $7.2 billion and an extra 4.5 in reserve in case we needed it. And as we've seen, we do. These supports are critical because you're right, the tourism sector has been walloped. It's important that we work together. To your particular issue, it is an active conversation. There is a jurisdictional issue with the federal government and provincial territorial governments. And so I'm happy to get back to the the honourable colleague on this particular question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Repentigny. She's almost ready. Yes, sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In terms of health transfers, the government always says that they spent a lot during the pandemic. Yes, they did invest a lot. But there's a shortfall, and we can get this money from tax havens. And last spring, everyone was surprised, happily I would say, to see in the budget that there was a strong approach with respect to tax evasion. But we've seen nothing since then, radio silence, nothing to go get this money where it is. Can my colleague explain why this file, this fight against tax evasions, is not in C8? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Our government has an important target, and with the CRA, we were able to tackle this issue. But with respect to health transfers to healthcare systems, we gave 63 billion, and the Prime Minister said today that when the time is right, we will have these conversations with the provinces and territories. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I rise today in the House, February 2nd, I want to pay homage and respect to my party leader who resigned today from being our party leader, the official opposition. Being in the job of party leader in an opposition party is an incredibly difficult job, and he has done yeoman's work over the past couple of years. In a time when Canada was locked down, expectations of what we need to do as a country have changed dramatically, and we continue to try and adapt. This is a difficult time to be in this kind of job, and I pay respect right now to him and his family for having committed and having given so much to this country, to our party, and to this Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. But I'm here today to address the new Bill C8 proposed by the Liberal government about how to address some more spending that we need to commit for coming through COVID, and new spending that some of which we find is going to be on the backs of Canadians again. But this bill is in 7 parts. 7 parts, this bill. I can't address all 7 parts adequately in this sitting in the next 20 minutes. So I am going to focus on the real estate part of this bill, as my colleague across the way spent a lot of time on the real estate section of this bill as well. But starting in the 2022 calendar year, we're going to look at a 1% federal surtax on passively held non-resident owners of real estate in Canada. That means that foreigners that buy real estate in Canada are going to pay an extra 1% annually on the value of the real estate, much like, if you think about it, for those people that own property or own their single-family home, like the municipal tax. So we're transporting some of this tax mechanism that usually rests at the municipal level, and we're putting it onto the federal government's balance sheet at this point in time. For what effect, I don't know, but it is an overstep into municipal jurisdiction that seems a little bit of an overstep, and I'll give some examples here. But first, I'm going to refer to what my colleague across the way was referring to, a report by an organization called Generation Squeeze, which was commissioned by the Crown Corporation, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, to actually look at ways to get more housing built in Canada. Well, it didn't look at better ways to get more housing built in Canada. What it looked at and what it reported to CMHC, and it was paid to do this, of course, was to actually look at ways to tax more housing ownership in Canada. And their proposal was, much like this one, a 0.5% surtax annually applied on properties over $1 million. I know that sounds like a big number. The annual surtax doubles on properties over $2 million. Now, Vancouver itself has an empty homes tax already, effectively the same thing as what Generation Squeeze is providing, except It's 3% of the assessed value, and it's been applied since 2017. So 0.5%, 1%, 3%, but there's more. There's more, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the province of British Columbia has a speculation and vacancy tax applied on such properties, starting at 0.5% for a resident and going up to 2% for an offshore property owner. And that's been applied since 2018. So 3% plus 2% plus 0.5% plus this proposed 1%. We're really just tacking on and on and on here and really overstepping as far as which level of government is collecting this and what are we trying to accomplish in this. Foreign ownership still accounts for approximately 7.7% of Vancouver home purchases. So we still are getting a lot of foreign ownership growing into the housing base in the Lower Mainland, despite the fact that we're tacking on significant taxes here that we're supposed to slow this down. This is a great discrepancy between the actual people that work in the city and the people that are coming to live in the city. And that is one of the major factors that's pushing up housing prices in Canada, but particularly in the Lower Mainland. Have we looked at the increase in home values under this Liberal government? In the last 6 years, housing has gone up. A typical family home has gone up 87%. So since this government has come to power, shortly thereafter, 6 years ago, average price of a family home in Canada is up 87%. That's inflation. Because since 2016, it was at $476,000, now it's $811,000. This is according to the Canadian Real Estate Association. Are we trying to jam the price above $1 million just to collect the proposed federal surtax? Because the average house in Toronto and Vancouver now sell for over $1 million. Let's think about that. A home costs over $1 million in two of Canada's large cities. Not counting the interest paid on mortgages, not counting the upkeep required on a regular basis, not counting the maintenance, not counting the furniture and window coverings. To get into a home now is over $1 million starter home. Yes, the cost of home ownership are going through the roof in Canada, and I'm not talking about bungalows, not even split levels, not even 2 stories, all single-family homes. What has caused this? The government keeps professing that it needs to spend more and thus collect more to build more housing in Canada. Who's going to pay this tax? Well, home sellers, which, according to Generation Squeeze, again, are primarily retirees. And they've made gains in the value of their home that is not taxable at the federal level, so they obviously deserve to pay more tax in their retirement years, according to Generation Squeeze. This is a ridiculous oversight of the financial snapshot faced by retirees in Canada, many of whom are and will be abetting their incomes by working longer and receiving government programming like the Guaranteed Income Supplement. So the proposal from Generation Squeeze, commissioned by an arm of this government, is an inequitable tax grab on some of our most vulnerable citizens. I will oppose it strongly. Why are seniors having difficulty saving for retirement? Inflation, inflation, inflation. Things are costing more. People's incomes are not going up on a commensurate level. A real monetary factor that this government is not really paying attention to. As the Prime Minister said during the election, he doesn't really think about monetary policy. Unfortunately, government should be thinking about monetary policy. This year, and I'll point out to the government, our CPP payments, everybody in Canada has an increase in their payroll tax of 10%. If a 10% increase in our CPP isn't more reflective of inflation people are actually feeling, I think the government is trying to mask something here. CPP, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, has said their investments are sound for what they're expecting to spend for the next 75 years. But the government thinks a 10% increase in deductions is important at this point in time. That might tell us what they think the real rate of inflation is in this country, because most consumers have lost faith in the numbers calculated by Statistics Canada and the Bank of Canada. They're meaningless as far as what they're experiencing in the stores, in their rent,
at their doors. Everything they pay for in Canada is going up significantly more than is indicated by StatsCan or indicated by the Bank of Canada. Yet, going back to housing, our housing takes up more than 11% of our gross domestic product. Partially because we don't have much more gross domestic investment going on in this country, so most people build into housing at this point in time, but also that's a double of where it's usually been in this country. It's usually around 4 to 5%. It's north of 11% of our gross domestic product going into residential housing at this point in time, and has been that way for a number of years. And yet, supposedly, we're still short of housing stock. But which housing stock? Single-family homes? To be precise, starter homes? Well, I'll tell you, knocking doors in Calgary Centre, when I knock condos, some of those buildings have a 50% vacancy rate. 10% plus vacancy rate in apartment buildings in Calgary Centre. But developers are still building more condo buildings, encroaching on neighborhoods filled with single-family homes. This is referred to as densification. Condo resale prices are down 15% over the past 6 years in Calgary. And Calgary's downtown commercial core has been decimated by the government's aimless policies towards Canada's most productive industry, oil and gas. The City of Calgary's approach is to spend taxpayers' dollars to retrofit some of their vacant office towers into residential towers in the hopes of bringing life back into the downtown core at a cost of over $400,000 per door, which contrasts with a new build, which has cost around $250,000 per door. So we're overspending to solve a problem the government created in the first place. So we're just supposed to ignore the negative effects of the outcome of what we're doing here. We can't go on doing that. We have to look at the outcomes. If you're a young condo owner, a loss of 2.5% per year on your condo is a daunting issue, especially as you try and get into a single-family home at some point in time. So we have government dollars chasing retrofits to a problem that government created. And round we go. Someone is paying the bill. Let's go back to inflation. We've incurred over $560 billion of deficit spending over the past 2 years. 1/3 of it, over $170 billion, had nothing to do with the COVID pandemic. Never miss out on a good crisis to move an agenda forward, as the Liberals have said. Well, let's look at more things here as far as inflation goes. Let's look at what we're abetting here in the process. Let's look at where the numbers are actually leaving us, because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm somewhat analytical at looking at what the solution to these problems might be. So some of this money coming into Canada, as we said, 7.7% of the purchases in Vancouver are still foreign money coming in. Investment properties are on top of that from Canadian investors, but much of this foreign money is not clean foreign money. Much of it, according to Corruption Perceptions Index from Transparency International, is actually money laundering, what they call snow washing. And snow washing happens in Canada more so than any other country in the G20 for one reason, because we allow it to. And this government keeps the rules as far as money laundering coming into Canada loose, and it is a shame for us in an international sense around the world. The National Criminal Intelligence Estimate on the Canadian Criminal Intelligence Service says that dirty money laundering of about $133 billion per year is one of the factors driving up real estate prices in Canada. And the last year, let's recall, real estate prices are up 26% for a typical family home in Canada. This is corruption. We're allowing corruption to enter Canada. And I know some people think it's just the money part of corruption. Well, the money part of corruption leads to all other kinds of criminality. So when you actually invite dirty money into the country, you're inviting everything else associated with that dirty money into the country. And take a look at the actual fentanyl deaths on the streets of our cities, including Calgary, where I live. Fentanyl deaths, overdoses, homeless people living in the streets. These have abounded in the last number of years because of these laws that allow people to launder their money into Canada and bring with it the commensurate crime that arrives with dirty money laundering. This is a problem. We need to address it. This government needs to address it. I'm concerned this government doesn't want to address it because it is complicit in a lot of areas where it's actually involved in what we'll call shady practices. And that includes SNC-Lavalin and the cover-up of what happened there, the ditching of one of the brightest lights on the Liberal front bench who tried to expose what was going on there. This includes the WE scandal and the hundreds of millions of dollars that was buried in bureaucraties before we could actually get to actually following the money trail. And this gets to actually where we're actually are today, which is how do we come through this and actually build a system that isn't inflationary, that doesn't have to continue to have government money being thrown at the wall and continue to not solve the problems in issues like housing. Housing's a big issue. Putting a 1% extra tax on top of housing is not part of the solution. Curbing foreign money laundering is in the federal government's bailiwick and should be instituted as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, but it is my pleasure to be here today again, and I thank you for allowing me the time to speak on behalf of the citizens of Calgary Centre. I do propose that we actually start with legislation that leads somewhere, and as opposed to an extra tax that's already being applied locally and provincially in many areas in Canada where it's a problem, we actually look at how we address money laundering laws in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the member for his intervention. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this member would not want to intentionally mislead the House. I know he wouldn't want to do that. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, when he says that we're adding a 1% tax on sale of housing, he knows better, because he knows that it's specifically with respect to non-resident, non-Canadian, vacant land or unused housing. But he's projecting it as though it's going to be a 1% tax. He equated it to a municipal property tax. And I'm sure he knows better than that. Would he like to correct the record and acknowledge the fact that it is for non-Canadians, non-residents, on vacant land or unused residential housing?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague across the way. If I left that impression that was for anything other than what he described, I am remiss, and I apologize if that's the way he took those remarks, and if I misspoke in that respect. He is exactly right. It is for foreign-held property that's coming in, foreign money that's coming into Canadian property. As I said earlier, it is actually on top of a municipal tax applied to it and a provincial tax as well, including a transfer tax of 20%. What I'm suggesting to him is he take a look at this as far as the federal government's incursion into the same taxation measurement as municipalities are already taxing, provinces are now taxing, and say, why does the federal government need to be there, as opposed to act where the federal government has jurisdiction currently and address the money laundering laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd
like to thank my colleague, the member for Calgary Centre. When we talk about housing problems, it must be said that for the last 20 years, there's been a withdrawal from the National Housing Plan. There's a great deal of housing units that were not built. Since 1994, more than 80,000 social housing units are missing. There's about 50,000 units missing in Quebec alone. What does he think of the government's position in this bill? The honourable member for Calgary Centre. I think I understood most of what my colleague was asking. It's important to say when it comes to buildings that we built, is it more important to emphasize housing that has been built more recently for our population now? Do we need to address the gap now for single-family homes, especially in cities? I hope I answered my colleague's question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad to be talking about the issue of housing here today in the House of Commons. There absolutely has been an astronomical increase in the cost of housing over the last 5 or 6 years, and particularly acute in the last 2 years. But I do think we have to note that this is part of a longer standing trend. So, house prices in December 2010 were about $345,000, and by November of 2015, they were about $450,000. Now they're about $713,000. But in the 5 years between 2010 and 2015, that's still a 32% increase. And that coincided with another government that was largely absent when it came to the housing file. And the fact of the matter is these numbers, even if you go back to 2010 prices, are out of reach still for a lot of Canadians. And the answer has to be substantial investment in rent geared to income housing that is non-market housing, a strategy that doesn't treat our homes as if they're a commodity to be traded on the market, and that requires public expenditure. So the member continues to say that the answer to the housing crisis is for government to stop spending money when that clearly cannot issue in the kinds of rent geared to income housing that we need in order to address a significant part of the housing crisis in Canada. And I'd like to know what the member proposes if it's not any kind of government spending. If developers were going to build housing for all the Canadians who need it, presumably they'd have done it by now. And they don't just need another incremental tax break to finally start doing that. That's not their business. So what is the member's proposal for a real solution to get the kind of housing built that we need in this country?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. He's an excellent colleague on the Finance Committee, and he comes up with some great proposals going forward. And I think I did address in my speech, and I hope he heard it all, about what some of the solutions we have for bringing down the escalating prices of Canadian houses are, and that is to actually address the money laundering. The amount of money laundering the amount of foreign buyers that are in the Canadian marketplace are excessive, and it's like any purchase. When there's a whole bunch of excess buyers in the marketplace, it does inflate the cost of something. And those foreign buyers are coming here for one reason only, because it's safe to launder money in Canada. More safe than it is in the rest of the G20. So that money's arriving on the shores of Canada, going into one of the safest investments in Canada, housing. Who's being impacted by that? The people that work in Canada that are having the housing that they usually occupy being bought, being invested in, and being occupied sometimes by people that don't work and live here. That's a problem that we need to address more than anything else. I know my colleague addressed this issue about the government needs to invest in this sector more and more. The government invests in sectors because there's a short-term gap. This gap is growing and growing and growing, and it is not because we're not building enough in Canada. As I said in my speech, we spend a far greater percentage of our gross domestic product on residential housing than any other of the G7 countries. There's a reason for that. We're building the wrong kind of product. We're building product for investment, primarily foreign investment, that isn't necessarily the right foreign investment we're looking for. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the issue of a capital tax or equity tax on homes came up in 2019, the Liberals have been denying it, and I'd like to take them at their word. But since then, and my honourable colleague mentioned this in his speech, CMHC, Crown Corporation of the Government of Canada, requisitioned a report on the recommendation of their former head, Mr. Siddall, from Generation Squeeze, which recommended this very policy. Now, I appreciate the fact that members opposite have been denying that they're going to do this, but why have they not specifically repudiated this report, particularly after Mr. Siddall went public and endorsed this recommendation himself after he was no longer head of the corporation?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, that's an excellent question from my colleague, and I thank him very much for that question. Mr. Siddall, the former head of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, did accept and did hire Generation Squeeze to give him this report. And that's government money. The $250,000, we're still trying to figure out if they paid the $250,000 for one report and another $250,000 for the second report. We've asked for that, and we haven't received it yet. This is one of the issues, is that we're pushing money to people to come up with solutions and those solutions they're providing have nothing to do with the problem they're supposedly addressing. An extra surtax on the sale of housing when you sell the house is a capital gains tax, whether you call it that or not. And I know this is the inequitability we talked about in my speech. Who's going to pay that tax? Canadian senior citizens are going to pay that tax by and large. And that is a shame because we're doing everything we can to keep them above the inflation line here as a result of the diminishing returns they're getting because of inflation in this economy. Fixed incomes get hurt the most by inflationary economies. We need to make sure we stay above that. Adding a tax onto our seniors is the wrong approach to addressing that. Thank you.
We have time for maybe one quick one. We'll go to the member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I just want to point out, though, that, you know, the pandemic isn't over and people are struggling, yet his party has fought consistently to claw back support to individuals, including calling to abolish the CERB. We know rent is going up, we know groceries are going up, and we know the support isn't coming and people are ending up on the streets, including seniors who had clawbacks made to their GIS. I'm wondering if his concern extends to ensuring people continue to get the support they need, and whether he would consider implementing instead a permanent guaranteed livable basic income for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre, and a short answer.
Well, I don't have a short answer, Mr. Speaker, but I will try my best, and I appreciate the question from my colleague there. I'm not a fan of a guaranteed basic income. I am a fan, frankly, of making sure that our monetary base stays relevant. As we inflate that monetary base, we effectively devalue the spending power of the money that people have. By devaluing that spending power, you are actually hurting those people that have to spend those money on basic goods. So get ahead of it, don't debase the currency, and you won't have to address more spending later. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by requesting consent from this House to share my speaking time with my esteemed colleague, the member from Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Vous avez entendu l'annonce.
You heard the terms of the motion for sharing the time. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're now at the next stage of Bill C8, which essentially deals with the economic update of last fall. Essentially, we're in favor of this, but there's one aspect that is a problem for us, and I'll be explaining that later. Now, for the benefit of colleagues here, there are some changes to the Income Tax Act in Part 1. There's a new refund for expenses involving purchases to improve air quality. I think everyone's in favor of that. Increasing a tax credit for school supplies, and also using it toward electronic devices. That's great. New tax credit for agricultural industry. That's a very good thing. But in Part 2, this is something that's been debated a lot, is the famous 1% tax on the on vacant buildings. Now, we're for this in principle, but there's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. With all taxes, there's one area that Ottawa can't deal with, and that is real estate tax. Now, this is a noble objective. Now, we can debate the details. Would 1% really be effective or not, and so on. But this would set a very concerning precedent. Now, Ottawa always said that the Income Tax Act would be a temporary measure to finance the war. Well, we're still paying half of our taxes to Ottawa today. A temporary measure decreed by Ottawa can very quickly become permanent. Ottawa might find that it likes the taste of that new revenue and say, yeah, I'd like some more of that. That's a problem, Mr. Speaker. It's concerning because this is a tax issue that is supposed to be managed by municipalities. We know that municipalities have had a lot of financial problems. And what often happens is that Ottawa will come take some of that revenue, and that means there will be less revenue for municipalities. So there's a tax imbalance there that would be exacerbated. So this is a serious problem, and we would ask the government to please find a different way of implementing that type of policy, because municipalities are in charge of property tax, and I think it would set a very bad precedent to have Ottawa interfere in that area. Now, maybe the government could find an agreement with provinces and municipalities to levy that tax. So there are other ways of accomplishing the same thing, also through capital gains, for example. But the way it's phrased here, we at the Bloc Québécois are not sure if we can support C8 due to that particular measure. It is a noble principle, but it would create a very dangerous precedent. Now, looking at Part 3. There's the emergency fund. That's all well and good. Part 4, Treasury payments. I'd like to salute the President of the Treasury Board, who's listening attentively to my speech. Thank you. There would be measures to improve air quality and ventilation in schools. We entirely agree with that. Part 5, financing to support proof of vaccination for COVID-19. Part 6 has to do with rapid tests for COVID. There's a lot of money being put toward that. We support that as well. So, Mr. Speaker, and there's also Part 7 concerning employment assurance with the maximum number of weeks for seasonal workers. All of that is important. This is not. This is a good bill in many respects. Even with Part 2, although we have issues with it, it is a noble principle. It's just that it sets a problematic precedent. Often governments are judged on their first 100 days. And I think there could have actually been a lot more in this bill. They could have been more ambitious. Throughout the pandemic, let's say over the last few months, we've heard a lot about labor shortages. There are a lot of other measures they could have put in place to mitigate that phenomenon. For example, they could have set up tax credits to facilitate having recent retirees come back to the workforce, for example. The Federation of Chambers of Commerce of Quebec recently told us that there are a lot of people who recently retired and they might be willing to work 1 or 2 days a week. And they said that's exactly the type of thing that we need right now. It would have been nice to see something like that in this bill. It wouldn't even have been particularly complicated to do. Now, another point has to do with the fight against tax havens. Yeah, the Deputy Prime Minister even wrote a book on the subject, so it's important to move forward with this issue. We agree. In the last budget, less than a year ago, the minister said, we're going to solve the issue of the digital giants who don't pay tax. We're going to ensure that there's sales tax on their turnover, as is the case in other countries. Last December, they could have been able to table something to that effect, and they could have put it here as well. And it's really unfortunate that we don't see that here. Because for years, people have been saying, yes, we're going to take action. Yes, there's legislation on the way. And we keep pushing. But it seems like we're the rabbits running after a carrot. We never seem to quite meet the goal. Now, in terms of health, earlier, the Minister of Tourism spoke on C8, and the minister said, we want to negotiate with provinces when it comes to health funding. He said that would be done when the moment is right. Well, I would say the moment was right last year. It was right 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic, and even before then. It would have been the right moment for the last 20 years. So I think we need to stop messing around here and get things done. You know, the healthcare system is just overwhelmed. Hospitals and ERs are facing a huge crisis. The entire system has been rendered fragile because for the last 20 years or more, health transfers from the federal government have been insufficient. Now, the solution isn't complicated. After the 95 referendum, there was a whole negotiation, and Ottawa decided, how do we deal with these deficit questions? Well, we're going to reduce health transfers to the provinces. Then Jean Chrétien told his colleagues at the G7, hey, I'm cutting health transfers. And people are probably going to protest at the National Assembly and all the other provincial legislatures. But, you know, at the federal level, I'm fine. But those cuts to the health transfers really fragilized our health system. Now, it's all well and good for the government to say we spent all this money during the pandemic, but what we need is ongoing funding. They say we're spending more money every year. Yes, but when the increase in healthcare costs is 6% annually and they're only increasing it by 3% annually, that's not enough. And I think it's dishonest for them to say that that does keep up. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that even with the government's extraordinary spending throughout the pandemic, public finances are suffering, particularly in the provinces. Now, we also need to do more for seniors who are facing difficulties due to inflation. We've talked a lot about housing, particularly social housing. Action is needed there too. I see that my time has run out, Mr. Speaker, but thank you very much for the time. Questions and comments?
For King's Hands.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. And I hope that the member across the way recognizes the work that our government has done throughout the pandemic to support the provinces. We've given billions of dollars to support provincial health systems. We sent soldiers to support Quebec in its long-term care homes. So I hope that he does recognize the federal government's leadership during the pandemic. My question is this: does the government support interprovincial barriers to fund an increase in health transfers? The Honourable Member. I want to congratulate my colleague on his excellent French. We don't hear that language spoken as much as we should in this House, and I really want to tip my hat to him. Now, obviously, I recognize that throughout the pandemic, the government did a lot to support people, but it didn't do it alone. It was a minority government, and, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the Bloc Québécois was on the front lines, helping, proposing solutions, passing on feedback from various organizations, and I think we all acted together for the common good. When it comes to tariff barriers, that is obviously an issue that affects the provinces. We want provincial jurisdiction to be respected, and we condemn Ottawa's tendency to interfere in areas that are not federal jurisdiction. For example, the protection of the borders. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Je m'excuse, je vais parler anglais. Je suis...
I apologize. I'm going to be speaking English. My French has gotten a bit rusty. Maybe next time.
Mr. Speaker, the member was speaking a little bit about federal and provincial jurisdiction. I guess one of the things that's frustrated me during the pandemic is that there's been a lot of pointing of fingers, the federal government telling provincial governments what they think they should be doing or shouldn't be doing with policies, rather than actually stepping up in the federal area of jurisdiction. We had a federal minister telling provinces they should bring in mandatory vaccinations. And aside from thinking that's a terrible policy, I just think the federal government should be focusing on areas of their own competence where we've seen problems, the lack of procuring rapid tests earlier on, the disaster that's being created as a result of the truckers' mandate. So would the member agree with me that rather than sticking their nose in provincial jurisdiction, the federal government should, it's a tough question, but should the federal government stop sticking their nose in provincial jurisdiction and instead focus on doing their job better?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question and his little sentence in French as well. I know that his French is actually good enough that he certainly could have asked the entire question in French had he wanted to. Now, for us at the Bloc, the question of vaccination, we believe it's a provincial jurisdiction, but we also want policies like this to be based on science. And so Quebec is taking action accordingly. What we condemn is that the federal government always interferes in provincial jurisdiction and says, this is what you need to do, here are the terms and conditions, but then when it comes to its own jurisdiction, it doesn't get the job done. So I think maybe they need a bit of humility. The federal government is not the all-knowing power over everyone else. We need more health transfers, so more money, but we also don't want terms and conditions imposed on us. And that's what people who work on the ground in healthcare want. It's like the old rural Britannia approach.
A little debate between the NDP, so I'm going to go with the member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to a City of Edmonton report released in 2019, there were 2,800 folks living in poverty and without a home in my city in Edmonton. One of the Bloc colleagues actually mentioned some of the program deficits from 1994 related to the implementation of social housing. Recently, I just spoke with members in my community like Judith from the Bear Clan Patrol, who knows from working directly on the ground that this number is about 3,200 people today. Social housing is a key part of the solution. More units, more housing. Would the member agree that the housing crisis cannot be fixed merely by a 1% tax that doesn't address things like the flipping tax or looking at how housing auctions are made? Would the member agree that we need to build more units and more units now?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree. It's interesting to see that over the last decades, there seems to be more of a gap between rich and poor because we're not investing in social housing, which is not just affordable housing. And then there's also all of these tax havens for the wealthiest. But what we should be doing is trying to reduce the gap between the rich and poor. So I agree with my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Brantford Brant on the economy, the Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon on infrastructure, et l'Honourable député de Cypress Hill.
And the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you here. From the outset, I'd like to pay tribute to my entire team and Amélie Thibaudot and many others, and Mr. Pichette, who have joined my team, and I'd like to thank them. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the speeches from the members in this House on this bill that seeks to amend certain provisions. My colleague's speech was very interesting, and even though Ottawa can spend billions during this pandemic, they still haven't shown the expected leadership to help out those who really have to help out to ensure our economic recovery. I would like to discuss all the challenges that people are seeing in their regions. And I would like to underscore the sizable territory in my region, and it needs investments that meets the aspirations of our region. We need an economic recovery for the regions. I would like to pay tribute to all those who are showing leadership in the metallurgy industry in my region, and they're very proactive. As everyone is being affected by this pandemic, we should see an acceleration in measures to directly help people. And these people did not give the Liberals a majority government, and they were right to not do so. And allow me to show that the Liberals don't want to solve anything, and they're not recognizing the ongoing issue that is strangling Quebec and its finances. Look what we see in the economic update. The government is maintaining the indexation of health care transfers to the legal minimum. It does not cover the rising health care costs, and this will be the case until 2027. What are our real needs in terms of health care transfers? Let me tell you. Quebec and the provinces are unanimously asking for an immediate payment of $28 billion to cover up to 30% of health care costs with an indexation of 6%. That is what the provinces are talking about when they talk to the minister and the officials. Just to give you an idea, it's roughly 2% of the population of Quebec in my region. And the problems that we have in with obstetricians and services could be solved with constant federal funding with a transfer to Quebec. This is not a new phenomenon in terms of this issue, but people now have a better understanding of the meaning and the consequences of Ottawa's inaction. People are seeing this stagnant and worn-out Liberal government. Let us never forget that it is people, actual heroes, who are holding up the healthcare system. And I'd like to thank Caroline Roy for her leadership and her entire team's leadership in my region. Thank you for your hard work, and continue. You would agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that people are wrong to think that they'll never understand what this tax imbalance is. The pandemic has exacerbated these issues, and we've seen this on the ground. My colleagues agree with me that it's up to the provinces to receive the funding, and the money shouldn't be in federal coffers. Now, where is the investment that the government has promised, the tens of billions of dollars for an actual recovery and creation of wealth? It will fall into the oil economy from the last century. We need it in green industry, forestry, and aeronautics in Quebec. I asked the same question as my colleague as to the new tax on underused housing. And I understand we shouldn't let this market overheat, but today we need measures, and while there wasn't a lot of interest in last year's consultation, but we have to underscore that this is the first time the government has tackled this issue of income taxing and interfered. We've seen this in the past. They should stop sticking their nose in provincial jurisdiction, and the government should not be allowing owners to leave their properties vacant, but this really won't help the regions like my riding, where there is a housing crisis that is unprecedented. We need investment in affordable housing and healthcare transfers. Once again, the federal government is stepping on provincial jurisdiction. I also must mention the needs of people in my riding. I live there. And of course, we have great natural resources. But if you want to live there, we have to develop this region and take action now in a sustainable way. We'll never be able to solve our labor shortage issues by standing around and implementing weak strategies. These strategies don't reflect the dynamism of our economy in our regions. We need a new economy that is based on minerals. We want to do processing near our resources. We think they're going to pillage our resources and then exploit them elsewhere in other regions of the world. We want processing to happen where the resources are found. Our strategies for the forestry industry and to develop new products, well, the government has to give us answers on this. We want to have our agri-food industry recognized and make sure our products are competitive. For the agri-food industry, what can we do to allow more people to enjoy local products? Also, for small businesses, high-speed internet is a big issue. We have to make the digital shift and increase market share. We have technology that is available now, but we have to have access to it. People have to get their products to market. In terms of agri-food innovation, small businesses aren't able to adopt some new technologies as well as their competitors in the U.S. and elsewhere, and they depend on high-speed internet access. In terms of geolocalization and video conferencing, something that is normal in urban centers, it is hard for rural regions. And I think you understand what I mean right now. We have to make the difference for thousands of people that are waiting for policies and measures to implement economic policies. So we have to address the issue of affordable housing in the regions. We need housing. There are serious needs, and we're experiencing an unprecedented crisis. This is the case in my region and elsewhere in Quebec and the country. There is a chronic shortage of housing. Therefore, it is an imperative to build more housing, period. We know that demand will continue to increase probably over the coming years. The government, therefore, stop making the mistakes of the past and find an innovating way of stimulating housing construction with community housing that is truly affordable. And now I will mention one of the points in this economic update. In my opinion, we have to end the fly-in, fly-out. This is just a Band-Aid for solving labor issues in the regions. There is a flight of capital that is not attracting new residents. Are we going to allow people, fund them to exploit regions' resources in my region and then pay salaries elsewhere? We have to encourage people to live in the regions and stay there where the work is. This measure to expand trips to remote regions and allowing people to claim up to $1,000 in travel expenses, I think it may discourage specialized workers to travel elsewhere. And this measures goes against a lot of the efforts that are being made in the regions. And even though birth rates are high in regions, what future do we have for these remote places if we don't have sustainable development to promote growth? And we need lasting responses to the labor shortage. Thank you very much. Questions and comments. The honourable member for King's Hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize because I have to ask my question in English because it is a direct one.
Member opposite, particularly on the importance of the forestry industry and agriculture. I know that that's big in Quebec. It's big in my own area, Nova Scotia. I've had interactions with this member before on the oil and gas industry, and I know his answer will be, we're a petro state and it has prevented Quebec from having its success. But what I find challenging is how that resource has been so crucial for all of Canada, his province, including mine. Will he at least recognize that Quebec receiving transfers through equalization, which is driven in part by the revenues that are generated through the oil and gas sector, has been a benefit to the country, has been a benefit to Quebec, notwithstanding the fact that, yes, we are going to be making a transition in the days ahead.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And with all the due respect for my colleague, if there's something we'll never be able to agree to, it's the equalization payments. We never receive our fair share in Quebec. What about all the money that is being spent in the auto industry in Ontario? And there are issues, particularly with cars. Yes, they use critical minerals in their processing, but where do they do this processing? Lithium from our regions, from mine. Do they do it near where the resources are located? No, they have to transfer money, but can we spend our own money to create salaries and jobs in our regions? And that, Mr. Speaker, is a whole economic system that has to be changed. Otherwise, there is one solution, and that's the independence of Quebec. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask my colleague to breathe a bit, take a breath. Yes, Quebec does receive a lot of equalization payments, but nevertheless, my question is, when he talks about a B2B and workers that fly in and fly out, well, you don't have to go very far to look at this issue. People who live in a Pocatière travel back and forth from Quebec City. We see this across the province. We need employees and people to come to our regions. I'd like to ask my colleague, what measures would he like to see in the budget and in the economic update that we saw last fall in terms of measures that could facilitate keeping people in the regions? The honourable member for Abitibi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd also like to stress that healthcare transfers, when he talks about the tax imbalance and the 60 billion in transfers to Quebec, for me, they cancel each other out. I will never accept this. The whole labor shortage issue, well, there are some solutions. Well, the budget doesn't offer any in terms of concrete solutions, but I'll just give you one example. There are hundreds and even thousands of students from Francophone countries that are systematically refused entrance to Canada because there is discrimination that is systemic. We have to see why these people are being refused. There are several cases in my region. We have to attract people to solve our labor shortage. People want to come to our schools, and they'll be able to take on jobs after they're done their studies. We want to welcome them to our region, but the government is preventing us from doing so.
Victoria. Yep. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of housing has skyrocketed, and I want to thank the member for bringing up the housing crisis. In my riding of Victoria, people are struggling. We need affordable rentals. We need a housing that's rent geared to income. We need more co-op housing. We need home ownership to be within reach. But after decades of inaction from Liberal and Conservative governments, investors and big corporations have taken over the market. Speculators continue to buy properties to renovate, then resell quickly for a profit, outbidding families, driving up prices in communities across Canada. Housing is a human right, and this government's half measures aren't working. And now we see the Liberals' approach is not only too little, but it also has multiple loopholes. Does the member agree that instead of protecting wealthy speculators who drive up the cost of housing, the government should introduce a tax on flipping while making significant investments to build truly affordable housing?
Short answer from the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share that concern. Of course, we have to build social housing, but we have to find a way to fund it. Perhaps I'd like to see a new plan to see how we can optimize the occupation of our land and build housing across Canada. That is the challenge of our century. We have to make sure everyone is able to get housing that is affordable with solutions. Perhaps we could just seek money from tax havens. That would be a great solution. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill C-8. It's my first time giving a speech in the House in the new year, not my first time on my feet, but my first time speaking at length. And so it's the first time speaking in the House since the Omicron wave really took hold seriously. And I just want to take a moment to recognize just what a punch in the stomach that's felt like, I think, to Canadians across the country, many of whom had some hope that we were kind of getting beyond the pandemic. And then when this wave came, I think felt all of those many feelings that we had been feeling over the past 2 years kind of condensed into a new wave of the pandemic. And I want to say a special thank you to all of the frontline workers that we talked about at the beginning of the pandemic who never went away and never stopped doing those important tasks, even though the limelight shifted away from them, whether it's the healthcare workers that continue to labor in really difficult circumstances. They're overworked, they're tired, they're under-resourced, teachers and childcare workers that have had to face the pandemic all the way through. But in this particular wave, I'll speak at least to my own experience here in Manitoba, where before they were having the challenges of remote learning, are now having to deal with full classrooms and students who are getting sick and colleagues who are getting sick or getting sick themselves. Grocery store workers are putting themselves at risk once again. And as my colleague from Windsor West has rightly pointed out, some of the big grocery chains that had said, when we got another wave coming, we're gonna bring back hero pay in order to recognize the risk that our workers are taking in order to help Canadians who haven't stepped up in order to reinstitute that hero pay in recognition of the work that's been doing. And that has led to, all of these things together are leading to a lot of outrage. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that I find particularly outrageous today and then inform my work. I'm outraged when I get emails, as I did today, about another senior that has lost their life not because of the pandemic directly, because they took the government at their word when the government would be there to have their back and that they would support them through the pandemic. And when they lost their job, that they should apply for help. And so they did. They applied for CERB. And then the government, because it couldn't figure out its own rules, and I think that's probably the most charitable interpretation, or because it didn't care, decided to claw those benefits that were supposed to be for working seniors in need back through the guaranteed income supplement. And not only did they do that and they didn't, catch it before it happened, they were advised at least as early as May of 2021 that was happening, and they chose to do nothing about it. They chose to do nothing about it. You could say, well, until it happened, except that it happened in July, and they still did nothing about it. They called an election, they did nothing about it. They came back from the election, they did nothing about it. It took weeks of persistently raising this in the House of Commons to get an announcement. And that announcement didn't solve the problem because that money still isn't in the pockets of seniors who are in dire need. Like the senior that we found out about today, who has type 2 diabetes and could no longer afford the food that they needed to be healthy and the medication that they needed, and so passed away. And I've got an email open in front of me, a couple from Mississauga who are in dire straits. Together, two of them are trying to live on $1,300 a month because their GIS payments have been gone. And the government says, well, don't worry, we've got a solution. We're gonna give them a one-time payment in May or June. There are already seniors that aren't there, that are no longer living, who will not receive that payment, and there will be more by May or June. That outrages me. It outrages me on the substance of the matter because Canada should do better. And it outrages me because it breaks the promise that the Prime Minister made to people in this country that the government would be there for them. And instead, on a principle of bureaucracy, because they couldn't figure out their internal systems, or they don't have the right list, or they're not sure about this, or maybe we need to do that, after just proving to the country that when the political will exists, they can roll out a program to millions of Canadians, almost overnight. They expect us to believe that these seniors that were already receiving money from government, who are already on a list, who are already in a system that we're paying them, that they can't find a way to get money into those seniors' hands so they're not dying in the cold? It's not believable, and it's shameful. I'm outraged about that, and I'm proud that people in Elmwood Transcona sent me here to relay that message to the government, and I'm going to keep doing that until that money gets in the hands of seniors and they get back in their homes and out of the jeopardy that they're in because this government can't be bothered to take on its own bureaucracy who's telling them something that needs to be done can't be done, when we all know that's not true. That outrages me. I'm outraged that people during the pandemic were dying in personal care homes because of years of cuts at the federal and provincial level to healthcare, when we know that our system has been under-resourced. And those cuts came not because Canada couldn't afford to do those things. You know, over the years that those cuts came to our healthcare system, the corporate tax rate in Canada went down from 28% to just 15%. That is a huge decrease. That is almost a 50% tax cut to the largest corporations in Canada. Well, our government was telling us that they couldn't afford to pay their fair share of healthcare to the provinces. That's shameful. That's shameful. And what's more shameful still is that we're 2 years into this pandemic. There's hardly a long-term care center in Winnipeg that doesn't have a COVID-19 outbreak. And there has been no work done to convene the provinces to talk about better national standards and funding those standards by the federal government. I'm not talking about the federal government telling the provinces what to do. I'm talking about convening them so that they can talk about best practices, so that every Canadian can benefit from the best things that our provincial governments are doing to serve Canadians in long-term care, and then ensuring that their federal government is at the table to help resource those things. That was the power of...
I need to interrupt. I hate to interrupt. Can you move the mic up just a little bit? Interpretation's having a little time. A lot of popping coming off of your microphone there. Perfect. Thank you. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I suspect that may have something to do with the shouting, Mr. Speaker, but I did say I was outraged, and I suppose that has some technical consequences. So here we are. We're 2 years into the pandemic. We haven't made significant progress on long-term care. It's not like the experts that have been advising governments on how to handle the pandemic were caught off guard that there was another wave of the pandemic. Even early on, they were saying there'd be probably at least 4 waves. And we know that these are problems that need to get fixed, even if somehow magically the pandemic were to end tomorrow. And we hear certain members in the House even today suggesting that somehow, you know, the pandemic is a function of public health restrictions or something. If you end the public health restrictions, you don't end the pandemic. I wish that were true. But we're fighting a virus. We're not fighting each other. And we need to bear that in mind. And the way to get through this is with a lot of care and resources, to be sure. You know, and so as we were cutting those taxes for big corporations and telling people that we couldn't fund the healthcare that they need, you know, that was also being done by a lot of governments. We see it provincially. I mean, we're seeing it here in Manitoba. We see it in Alberta. We're seeing this around the country because we've got people in government that don't believe in public health care in the first place and would rather see it privatized and would rather give tax cuts to big corporations instead of ponying up the funding that we know is necessary to have proper health care. I'm outraged that this government, which promised, the Liberal Party promised as long ago as 1997, but this government has said again and again and again until their most recent speech from the throne that they're going to make progress on pharmacare. Why am I mad about that? Because I understand that people are really getting hit hard in the pocketbook with the inflation that's happening. And I know there's no magic wand in the desk of government, and some of the factors driving inflation right now are beyond their control. But what is in their control? Well, they could certainly help with the cost of prescription drugs because a national pharmacare program would do that. It would save money. It actually costs less to have such a program than Canadians are spending right now on prescription drugs. I mean, we're going back a couple years now on a PBO study, but the PBO was very clear. Right now, Canadians are spending about $24 billion a year on prescription drugs with the many provincial systems that we have and the many private plans, and one national system would cost about $20 billion a year. That is a way to save money and serve people better and help bring down some of those costs that are making things so hard for Canadians right now. It's something the government absolutely needs to do and would help. The NDP has long proposed taking on telecom companies. Canadians are paying among the highest rates for cell phone and internet. That's not a luxury anymore. It's not a nice to have. If you want to participate in the labor market, good luck finding a job and keeping a job if you don't have access to the internet or to a cell phone. So that's something that the government could do. They could take a regulatory approach to bringing down prices and making sure that at the very least there's a genuinely affordable plan for basic access to something as important as cell phone and internet rates. So we're talking about Bill C-8. What's in it? Well, nothing particularly offensive, but not a lot of the things that we really need. And I think that's the dilemma. And I think that's certainly there are many Canadians who are frustrated that in this time of real difficulty and real challenge with the pandemic, but also I think for many of us, a real looming sense of challenge when we look at what's happening to the planet and we look at all the extreme weather events, we look at the economic disruption that's going to cause and the displacement of people that is going to cause, that we're just not rising to the occasion. So yes, absolutely. We should be helping businesses improve their ventilation systems. That is the right thing to do in the context of the pandemic. And these measures make sense as a way of contributing to that. We ought to be helping schools improve their ventilation systems. I don't think that, it's a real answer to reimburse teachers for some of what they're paying out of pocket, because I don't think teachers should have to pay out of pocket. But until we have governments that are willing to fund education to the extent that it needs to be, so that every student has what they need, I'm thankful to teachers who are willing to go above and beyond. And I'm willing to support a measure that gives them at least a little bit of relief for doing things out of compassion for their students that they really shouldn't have to do, because that's a compassion that we should have collectively. And we should work collectively to fund the things that students need instead of leaving it to their teachers on an individual basis. I am glad in principle that the government is looking at having some kind of underused housing tax. And I think it will be important to interrogate that seriously at committee, because initial analyses suggest that, there are loopholes that you could drive trucks through in this legislation. And there is a lot else that we need to do in order to tackle the problems of the housing market. Some things that the Liberals themselves promised in the last election, like, for instance, banning blind bidding. That's a platform commitment of the Liberal Party. Why is that not here? What possibly could they be waiting for? Are house prices not high enough? Do they need to escalate faster in order for Liberals just to make good on their own election commitments? Give me a break. Come on. That stuff should at least be here. And we know also that we need a serious plan, not the national housing strategy that they love to tout, because it is inadequate. We need to get more real units. And I'm not talking about so-called affordable housing, which has a technical definition that really just means high rent for most people, rent that they can't afford. We need to build rent geared to income housing, and we need to explore non-market options like co-ops and other things like that, so that we take the speculation out of enough of the housing market that people really can access housing. And that will also help relieve cost pressures, so that people for whom home ownership is a real goal, and it will be a larger group if prices come down, as it was just not that long ago, that will help them out too by relieving demand in the housing market and helping to lower prices overall. So these are things that we really need to be doing. I do look forward to having an intensive study of this new proposed Underused Housing Act at committee. I think that's a good piece of parliamentary work, but we're kidding ourselves if we think that that's really going to change the fundamental trajectory of the Canadian housing market, not just in the last 2 years, as conservatives would have you believe, but over the last 20 years, where prices have been going up consistently. Because we've had federal governments that since the mid-90s have not come to the table with enough funding to build enough non-market housing to relieve serious pressure on the market. And that's something that absolutely needs to happen. There is more money proposed for things that we need, particularly rapid tests, and that's something that we're quite supportive of. There are some questions. I did ask the Associate Minister of Finance earlier, and I was somewhat dismayed that he didn't have an answer. In Bill C8, there is proposals for money for rapid tests, and in a standalone bill, C10, they propose to spend money on rapid tests. One asks, this bill, C8, asks for $1.72 billion for rapid tests. C10 asks for $2.5 billion for rapid tests. And the Associate Minister of Finance in this government couldn't give a clear answer whether they're asking for $4.2 billion combined, or whether it's the $2.5 billion in C10, or it's the $1.7 billion in C8. I think Canadians should know, and I think Parliament should expect to have some reliable reporting out on those numbers as we go, because as we know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer just not that long ago said that the government, when it came to tabling their public accounts, was considerably late, that it was an outlier in terms of our other G7 countries. And I think the government really needs to get with the program. There has been a need for a considerable amount of public spending, but the fact that we need to spend isn't a reason not to report well on what it's being spent on and not to do it in a timely way. In fact, it becomes that much more important that government report well and report in a timely fashion on its spending when so much money is going out the door and so quickly. So there are certainly things to talk about in that regard. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, while I'm not impressed to the extent to which many of the things that we need to rise to the moment, whether it's in the face of the pandemic or the climate challenge, aren't in here, I'm not of the view that this is a reason for these things not to proceed. But I really think that the government needs to figure out how to rise to the occasion and move forward with a sense of urgency. And particularly, I'm going to reiterate one more time as I draw to the close of my time, Mr. Speaker, the extent to which it has to internalize the sense of urgency required when it comes to these seniors who have had their benefits clawed back by the government. They're not just losing the income, they're also losing access to provincial programs in many cases that were part of their support network that kept them housed and fed and alive. And all of that has been called into jeopardy because of the government's refusal to act swiftly in May of last year when they knew that this was going to be a problem. So that is something absolutely they have to act with urgency on. And they have to make sure that all of the people who are still out of work because of the pandemic, like, let's not kid ourselves. We all know somebody, at least one person, if not more, who are struggling to get back to the job that they had, or to get enough hours in a new job, or who are working, who just can't support their family. And the 40% cut to the pandemic benefits was bad enough to go from $500 a week to $300 a week. But in addition to that, with the Canada Worker Lockdown benefit, the government made it way harder for people to access that help. So my office is hearing from people in Elma-Transcona, and we're hearing from people across the country who are trying to access this benefit in a time of incredible need, who can't. They just can't access it. And they're being told that it should take, a matter of days for a response. And they've waited weeks and they still haven't got a response. So the government had a system that was providing income support to a lot of people. When they ended it, it was still providing support to about 900,000 people. And what they replaced it with just is not adequate to the task, both in terms of how much it delivers and in terms of the criteria that people have to navigate in order to access it, Mr. Speaker. So as I say, this is a bill that can certainly go to committee. There are things worth looking at in here, but this isn't the kind of leadership that we need at the moment. It doesn't, the government has to do more to rise to the occasion. And I will continue to be here, and my New Democratic colleagues will continue to be here to press the government to rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would disagree with the overall assessment from the member when he talks about seniors. As a parliamentarian for over 30 years, I have witnessed NDP governments at the provincial level in Manitoba, many years of that, many years of progressive conservative governments, and I can tell you in the last 5-6 years since this Prime Minister and this Cabinet and my colleagues have been at work, we have done more for seniors and supporting seniors in real, tangible ways. And I look and I reflect, and when the member talked about, corporate tax breaks, I'd like to remind, there was 3, 4, maybe 6 corporate tax breaks from NDP in the province of Manitoba, while there was a need for funding long-term care, which was the total responsibility of the NDP provincial government. Does he see any hypocrisy that might be there? And would he not recognize, as a government, we've been very progressive on providing for and being there for our seniors, because it is a right thing to do?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Elmswood, Transcona.
I'll tell you what's different, Mr. Speaker. In this case, what you had were seniors who were working to top up their guaranteed income supplement benefit. They lost their job when the pandemic started. They were told, apply for help, you're going to get some supplementary income, it's going to replace what you had. When they said, well, it's a little more than what I usually make, the government said, don't worry, just apply, we got your back, there's not going to be any penalty. Some of them ended up fixing their car, some of them fixed their teeth, some of them paid bills that were in arrears. And then when the time came to assess them for the guaranteed income supplement next year, without the government having told them that their pandemic benefit was going to count against them in the calculation of their GIS, which represents not only their GIS, but a bunch of other programs for which GIS enrollment is a precondition that supported them, the government just started clawing it back. And they knew for months that it was coming, and they didn't care, and they didn't do anything about it, and people are being evicted, and some people are dying. That's a huge difference. This has to do with the government and how it's managed its own internal bureaucracy, and it's costing lives. That hasn't happened before.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly enjoyed my colleague's speech. We may not agree about everything, but I appreciate his passion and sincerity and how he speaks from the heart. I think that any social worker or economist would tell us, and whatever this government tells us with the statistics they're throwing out, I think anyone would tell us that our seniors are getting poorer. These people who build Quebec, who build Canada, thanks to whom we have a democracy, freedom, quality of life today, instead of helping them today, we're letting them get poorer. And then additionally, the wealth of the wealthiest among us is skyrocketing. Not only are the wealthy becoming wealthier, but they're also hiding their money in tax havens. So with those two facts in mind, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, how he can explain that this government isn't doing anything for seniors, and then to add insult to injury, not only is it not helping seniors, but it's not doing anything about tax havens. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. That is exactly why I think we can do much more for Canadians, for our seniors, and anyone who needs support. And I'm not just talking about direct financial support. A better healthcare system. More financial support for provinces so they can have a better healthcare system. That can come from the federal government. There's the matter of tax rates for the biggest corporations and the wealthiest. There's the matter of tax loopholes. We've seen in the last few months that 1% of the Canadian population has 25% of the wealth. Sorry, I don't know the word in French, but has 25% of the wealth, and that's not sustainable. We can't provide all the services that Canadians need without being able to access more income. And when 1% of the population has so much wealth and doesn't pay its fair share, we have a real problem.
Kamal-Tara, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate having the opportunity to get up and ask my colleague this question. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'm really disappointed in this House today to listen to the member from Winnipeg North talk about something that clearly he does not understand. The reality is, a few days ago, a senior in this country was put into ICU because they could not get their GIS because it was clawed back, which meant that member of our community, of our country, could not get the medication to serve their type 2 diabetes and could not feed themselves in a way to stay healthy. They went into ICU, and last night they died. That is a human being, a senior in this country, who worked hard to build our country, who did nothing wrong. Like every other working Canadian, when they lost their job, applied for the only money they could to make ends meet. So I really hope that this government will listen to Campaign 2000, who is requesting desperately a small payment in advance so that they don't have to wait more months. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about how long seniors have to wait for this government to take the death of seniors due to their decisions seriously.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you to the member for North Island Powell River, both for the question, but also for all the work and advocacy that she's undertaken to do on this file since we first found out about it. And the reality that is stark and that we are seeing very clearly is that poverty kills, and poverty can kill people just as sure as this pandemic can. It's why it was so important to have a full economic response and financial response to the pandemic. That's why New Democrats fought so hard for a $2,000 a month benefit. And it's why, given that we're clearly not out of this pandemic, it was wrong for the Liberals to cut that down by 40%. It was wrong for them to claw it back from seniors. And I don't know how long we're going to have to wait in order for the government to make this right. But I know that there are many seniors out there who can't afford to wait any longer than they already have, and that the government needs to find a way to act on an urgent basis. Campaign 2000 had two calls. One was for a direct emergency payment to affected seniors. The other was for a housing fund to get the ones who have already been evicted or who are facing eviction, rehoused, or to keep them in their home. The government should do both. It needs to pick at least one so that we can get these seniors off the street and back somewhere safe so that they can make it to the day that the government is finally ready to offer compensation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre. And if we do this quick, we might get another one online.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really enjoyed the speech from my colleague from Winnipeg. Thank you for that. There was one thing he raised in that speech that I want to talk to him about or ask him some questions on. He talked about the federal tax rate going from 28% to 15% at the same time as the federal government under the Chrétien Liberals at that point in time, 1992, 1994, 1995, when they actually reduced the contribution from the federal government from 50% of healthcare funding down to its current level of 22%. Of course, that thrusted a whole bunch of costs onto the provincial governments that have to invest that money now, but it also ceded those tax points from 28% to 15%. And my honourable colleague over there from Winnipeg, Trascota doesn't seem to like that idea. But the issue is that's supposed to cede to those provinces, allow them that space to fill. Now, my colleague knows that healthcare costs have gone up in every province, and yet our healthcare outcomes haven't met the increase. We still have desperate need for better facilities, and yet we're not getting great outcomes. Tell us what he thinks the solution should be to this.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona in 37 seconds.
Sure. Well, I would point out that the other decrease in the corporate tax rate from 22 to 15% happened under the Harper government, and that they did that while they reduced the escalator for provincial funding or federal funding to provinces for healthcare. So there's enough blame to go around between Liberals and Conservatives for the diminishing amount of money that goes out to the provinces. Part of the solution, frankly, is the health accord model, where the federal government brings provinces around the table to talk about best practices. I worked in the Minister of Health's office in Manitoba, and some of the things we saw the most success on were the 5 priority areas coming out of the 2004 health accord, because provinces decided what the priorities were, they decided how to measure progress, and then they had federal money to meet those standards. And so that's where you see progress. When you get together, you plan and you fund success. And that is the promise the Liberals broke when they were elected in 2015 after running on a new health accord. Shame on them. That's the model that we need to get back to.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député, mon voisin, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Kings Islands.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an absolute pleasure to share a riding border with you. And we are here today to talk about Bill C-8, which includes a number of clauses that aim to implement the economic and fiscal update by the finance minister. And today, I would like to talk about the entirety of the issue and the way the government has intervened to avoid the worst possible economic circumstances from the pandemic, the legislative measures in the bill, and finally, I will talk about the importance of economic growth to ensure the financial viability of our country. It's also about how the government will be able to offer important social programs in the days to come, and a number of significant measures that will be beneficial.
It's important when we're discussing this bill to just take a step back and look back to March of 2020. We were faced with one of the most economic challenges of our time. Indeed, it was the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. And at the time, as we were learning more and more about this novel virus being COVID-19, government really had 2 options. Government could intervene and help support the economic stability of the country, to support individuals, businesses, and indeed provinces and territories. Or the government could take a bit more of a laissez-faire approach and say, well, there will be some economic harm. Government is going to hold back some of its spending, and it will be what it'll be. And I compare those 2 strategies, Mr. Speaker, because although, yes, the economic crisis of 2008, 2009 was different, the approaches that those 2 governments took, i.e. the Harper government at that time and our government, are completely different. And I want to say that because we saw the economic scarring at the time where the Harper government did not intervene with the necessary liquidity at the time, and it took years, Mr. Speaker, to be able to return to our economic prosperity, to return to where we had been prior to the challenge. Let's compare and contrast that to our government. Yes, different crisis. We intervene hard. We put money on the table to make sure that people are taken care of. And as you will see here today, Mr. Speaker, as we go through the different measures that the government introduced, we've now returned to our GDP pre-pandemic, and we've returned more jobs than were lost at the height of the pandemic. And so I want Canadians, I want parliamentarians to think about that as we discuss this bill here today, and we reflect on where we're at now and where we've come from. And Mr. Speaker, I remember it. I remember being at home in my own riding of Kings Hants, of course, as a new member of Parliament, recently elected in 2019. Actually, you and I both were, wishing and wanting to be here, but being privileged to have the opportunity to represent our constituents in a virtual manner. and how quickly the government moved to put measures in place. Whether it was the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that made sure that individuals who were losing their job as a result of the pandemic could take advantage. Whether it was the wage subsidy provided to businesses as their economic situations was very uncertain time, as I think we can all appreciate as parliamentarians. And, I have countless stories, Mr. Speaker, about whether it be a CERB benefit that helped get a family through that difficult period, whether it be the wage subsidy, businesses that might come up and say, we wouldn't be here today if it was not for that government intervention. I was in Windsor, Mr. Speaker, last week to see Mermaid Theatre. And for those that may not know, Canadians that might be watching, Mermaid Theatre does tremendous work. They are a puppet show, major puppets. They go around the world plying their trade right out of Little Windsor, Nova Scotia. If we had not been there with those wage subsidies, Mermaid Theatre Company would not exist today. Instead, they've been able to be supported through the pandemic, and what they're doing now, Mr. Speaker, they're actually pivoting to online learning, the ability to take their puppet shows and to be able to make that into a digital format because of the support that our government gave to get them through that period. And now they're using innovative technologies and providing that around the world because they're, of course, limited in their ability to go to theaters and have 3,000 people in audience. That's just one example. I want to talk about the emergency business account. Again, another tool to help provide that liquidity for businesses. And we'll recall that 25% of that is a grant contribution if businesses are able to pay back that amount, which we've now extended that deadline to December 31st, 2023. There were some businesses, and look, Mr. Speaker, I like to call it as I see it in this House. Government is not perfect. This government on this side is not perfect, but we had programs that were by and large meeting the needs of Canadians. There were some businesses that frankly did not meet the criteria of what we put out, and that's why we focused on the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. This was administered through the regional development agencies in frankly, our area of Atlantic Canada. That was done through the CBDCs, the Community Business Development Corporations. They worked with businesses. Perhaps they didn't need $40,000 of loan. They needed $10,000 to see them through. The CBDC could work with businesses who weren't otherwise meeting the criteria in the programs. It's an extremely beneficial program, and I want to credit our former Minister of Economic Development, who of course now serves as the Global Affairs Minister. There was a provision that allowed the equity that the CBDCs were earning, that will actually stay with them, and such as those monies are returned, that will be available for small micro initiatives for businesses across the country. Seniors. We've had a lot of conversation about seniors here in the House. Very important topic. In my own riding of Kings Hants, we have a large proportion of seniors. And I just want to highlight during the pandemic, and notwithstanding there remains challenges, but during the pandemic, we were there. We gave a $300 top-up to those recipients under old age security, a $200 addition for those that were under the guaranteed income supplement. We've increased the old age security by 10% for those who are 75 and up, and we're pledging to increase the guaranteed income supplement by $500. It's part of the platform commitment of the government. And of course, as was highlighted in the economic update, there was also an important measure to be able to reduce and to eliminate the clawbacks for those seniors who are being impacted because of vis-a-vis the pandemic benefits. We were also there for essential workers as well in terms of some of the benefits that we were putting on the table to make sure that they were there. So there is a lot in it. And I recognize it's now Madam Speaker in the chair. Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that, okay, yes, parliamentarians in this House, we collectively passed these measures. I know some members of the Conservative Party, what I found frustrating, and again, I'll go on the record, and perhaps some members who are in the House today, we can have a back and forth when we get to questions on this, is in some breath, the Conservative Party of Canada said, you're doing too much. You're putting too much water on the fire. You're helping Canadians, frankly, too much. And other times we would hear, literally in the next question, in question period, your government isn't doing enough. And so it was that inconsistency that I know members on this side of the House have asked the members of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition to actually pick a lane and decide what they stand for as it relates to economics. Perhaps we can engage in that later. I want to talk about what the efforts of the government has resulted in for Canadians that are listening at home. I mentioned before, 108% of the jobs that were lost at the height of the pandemic have been returned. 108%. We've actually created more jobs since that were lost during the pandemic. And you compare that to the United States, for example, our cousins to the south, 84% is where they stand right now. We are doing well in terms of the returns of jobs. In fact, as I will get to in my remarks, Madam Speaker, we actually have to do more to bring Canadians here to fill the job vacancies because of the economic success we are having right now. The economic update has projected a return to pre-pandemic levels of GDP. I believe the Minister of Finance perhaps answered in a question yesterday that that is indeed the case, notwithstanding we know that there's challenges around Omicron. We've maintained the best net to GDP ratio in the G7, and of course the Department of Finance is projecting a declining debt to GDP ratio over the next 5 years. And importantly, Canada has maintained a strong credit rating throughout this entire pandemic. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has said to this House, and I believe publicly, that the best economic policy is a strong health response. And of course, we'll talk about the measures in the bill, but I couldn't agree more with that. And you know, whether or not it was the government and its work on procuring vaccines and boosters, and we'll remember the rush that was happening globally to make sure that those were available. I want to give a tip of the cap to the former Minister of Public Procurement. Of course, I could do a tip of the cap to our current Minister of Public Procurement as it relates to the tests and the good work that she continues. But to my colleague from Oakville, who has ties to the riding in Kings Hants, who grew up in Kentville, she was doing tremendous work, and our government was there to make sure that those vaccines and boosters were available. On rapid tests, that work continues, and of course, this legislation lays out $1.72 billion that can go from the Consolidated Revenue Fund to help support the acquisition of rapid tests for the provinces that, of course, are distributing those in their respective jurisdictions. Billions of personal protective equipment, again, perhaps a lesson learned and a conversation for all parliamentarians about the need for improving domestic supply chains. But this government worked hard to make sure that we both utilized the assets and the tools in Canada to make sure that PPE was available for healthcare workers, but also leveraged relationships internationally as well. And other elements around billions of dollars in healthcare-related direct support during the pandemic, and the COVID-19 Resiliency Fund, which was really an opportunity for provinces and territories to look at the infrastructure bilaterals that exist, pull up to 10% out of that and put it exclusively towards health-related COVID resiliency projects. I know that there's been some in my own riding, for example, in the Port Williams Elementary School that received about $1 million for ventilation programs, other initiatives across the country. These are the work of our government. Madam Speaker, I want to make sure that I also talk about the legislative measures of the bill. And there's 7 of them, and I'm going to go through them quickly because I think they're extremely important. First is a small business tax credit for businesses that are making investments in ventilation. We know that this is important. We're working with the provinces. That tax credit is available up to $10,000 per location. $50,000 for a series of organizations that might be owned by one beneficial owner. These are important investments that we're making, and it really pairs with some of the tax credits that were in Budget 2021 around digitization that small businesses can use, particularly vis-a-vis the changing consumer behavior of perhaps not necessarily going to the business itself, but online shopping, and I think that that's extremely important. We have a new refundable tax credit for farmers in backstop jurisdictions, this being Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and New Brunswick. This is extremely important for the competitiveness of Canadian agriculture. It's a $100 million commitment that was in Budget 2021, and I'm very pleased to be able to see it come forward. We've expanded the travel component for those northern residents for travel exemptions. We know that this is extremely important in terms of their ability to get a refundable tax credit on their tax return, and these are good measures, especially as a rural member on the governing caucus. I can appreciate what this measure will mean. Let's talk about the Underused Housing Act. We know that housing is a top issue here in the country. We have moved the yardsticks on this particular piece of legislation to introduce 1% tax on the actual overall valuation of the property. And this isn't for Canadians. This is for non-residents, non-Canadians who own property that is being not used for a purpose of housing someone and could be perhaps speculative property. This is but one of the measures that the government intends to introduce in the days ahead, but I certainly give a tip of the cap because I applaud what it can mean. Is it going to solve the issue? Absolutely not alone. And I really think that at the end of the day, some of this lies in the municipal jurisdiction as well, about ways we can work with municipalities to expedite their development processes, to give more certainty so that developers that are building houses perhaps are not delayed for a number of years. That adds costs that ends up going on to the housing that, of course, all Canadians are seeking to buy. I mentioned the CEBA extension, and I certainly mentioned some of the other elements in the bill. But, Madam Speaker, as per my watch, I've got about 6 or 7 minutes left. Is that about right? 5.5. Okay, I'm going to move quickly. I want to talk about where we're going as a member of Parliament because I think it's extremely important that we focus on economic growth. We've taken on a lot of money during the pandemic, no doubt. The spending was there to prevent the worst economic scarring, but if we're going to maintain fiscal balance in the days ahead, that has to be a key element, and I know that it will be in the days ahead. And a couple things that are, I think, perhaps stormy clouds on the horizon that we all need to be mindful of as parliamentarians is this. Omicron, certainly when this was tabled before the House, this was not something that was necessarily prevalent at the time. This is going to have an impact on, of course, the economic forecast into 2022. It's also going to have a cost on the amount of money that the government will be focused on. Additional healthcare funding. We've heard this. The government has promises in its electoral platform. Premiers are calling for it. We have to be mindful of how we make sure that that spending remains sustainable over time. We are in a protectionist global economy, Madam Speaker. We saw this before the pandemic with the United States and China in terms of the tariff wars that were being undertaken at the time. Brexit, certainly more than an economic decision, but having economic consequences of splitting up the European bloc vis-a-vis UK and Europe. And also the appellate board in terms of being able to handle appeals under the WTO, that was sitting and not being able to be moved forward for a significant period of time. We now have a government in the United States that is very consumed with its own domestic affairs. And we've seen elements of, whether it be the Buy America Act, whether it be EV vehicles, some of this proposed Senate legislation with COOL, the country of origin of labeling, which will have impact and perhaps concern if it was ever moved forward for our producers and ranchers in the West. We need to be mindful of that. That could have economic consequences. Yes, our government has been there to work with challenging governments in the United States. We share strong economic ties. We will continue to do so, but we need to be mindful. And keeping in mind, Madam Speaker, that I probably only have about 3 minutes left, I will quickly move through the areas that I think this government needs to focus on as part of what I believe to be a comprehensive economic growth strategy. The Minister of Finance, her mandate letter includes words around that, and I really think that now's the time to put that together, to work with perhaps different levels of government, perhaps nonprofit, the private sector, most importantly, and indeed Indigenous leaders to say, how do we create a growth strategy that is going to support the prosperity of this country in the days ahead? We need to be focused globally in terms of our competitiveness and providing what Canada can provide to the world. That includes, as I've heard other colleagues say, agriculture, forestry, the Canadian oil and gas sector, and mining. Those are going to be major areas that we need to continue to focus on. We need to focus on allowing small and medium enterprises to be thinking globally and to be leveraging the trade agreements that we already have. We also need to be focused on internal trade and harmonizing barriers to increased economic efficiency. We have a Senate report that was prepared by a series of senators called the Prosperity Action Group. They suggest that there is about 2 to 4% of GDP that sits on the table because of interprovincial trade barriers. Now, look, Madam Speaker, this is a well-trodden subject. We've been down this before. Thank you. I have 2 minutes. We've been down this road before, but if we look even at measures around, in my own riding, around we have world-class wine industry where my producers say it's easier to get a bottle of wine to France or the UK than it is to New Brunswick. In today's society, we need to be able to move that forward. We've had tremendous cooperation with the provinces as it relates to the health response. Let's use that to also drive economic barriers that can create success as well. Let's also talk about the regulation of professions and the way that we can harmonize those professions, whether it be healthcare, labor, trades, mobility. Those are really key areas where the government needs to go. Regulatory reform, my predecessor, Mr. Bryson, introduced this in the 2018 budget. We've got a good start, but we need to continue. I've got 60 seconds. Innovating Canadian economy. There's important work that's being done on the superclusters, Madam Speaker. There's more that can be done. SMR technology. Let me finish on this one. There's more that I could say, but unfortunately 20 minutes is, although I'm very privileged to have it, it's not enough. Canada's oil and gas sector will play an important role in the economy in the days ahead. Perhaps not to the extent that it has in the past, but we need to work by leveraging SMR technology, small modular reactors, to bring down emissions in Canadian oil and gas so that we can continue to provide that product that the world will need in the decades ahead. That is, I think, a key synergy that we should be focused on as a government, working with the industry, working with innovation. I know that I'm at the end of my time, but perhaps I'll get the chance to address more in my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a lovely night to be debating in Parliament. Yesterday, I had another exchange with the member from King's Hants, and I asked him why, since this government has spent so much money on supporting Canadians through COVID-19, have we not increased our ICU capacity or the number of hospitals we have in Canada to help treat COVID-19 and the consequences of COVID-19 more broadly on the healthcare system? He said it would be foolhardy, and that was his exact word. He said it would be foolhardy to think that the government of Canada could fix the healthcare system. But when I read over Bill C-8, what it seemed to be doing is this Liberal government is picking certain sections of provincial jurisdiction that it wants to intervene in. Now, obviously, yesterday when I debated the member, I wasn't opposed to the government putting money into healthcare and building brick-and-mortar hospitals. But why would this member say that's foolhardy when in Bill C-8 it does exactly that? It's talking about ventilation systems for schools, and it's talking about giving provinces the capacity to do their vaccine passport programs. So why the discrepancy between those certain aspects of healthcare and other? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member King's Hands.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. As I recall, the question that was asked is how many hospitals have been built by the provinces as a result of federal funding? I think I perhaps would have said that's a foolhardy question to ask how we're building hospitals in the middle of the pandemic. The monies that are being provided are to try to stopgate the challenges that the healthcare system is seeing right now. But I will go to answer his question, Madam Speaker, which is this. Yes, we are there to help provide support to the provinces and territories. Let's be honest, as parliamentarians, the entire Western world right now has a large baby boomer demographic that is going through at a time. The idea that we will fix all issues in healthcare overnight is foolhardy. And the reality is right now we're focused on making sure the healthcare system doesn't collapse. As we get beyond the pandemic, we do have to talk about revitalization to strengthen it in the days ahead.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to congratulate him for his progress in French. He started his speech in French, and he's getting better every day. I noted down a few very interesting things, but he finished by talking about small nuclear reactors, or modular nuclear reactors, if you will, and it's interesting to see that the current environment minister is saying that, well, we're not going to say no to the province's new projects with this new province, when just a couple of years ago he was fighting against this technology, particularly because of its danger to the environment linked to the toxic waste it creates. So I'd like to also talk about tax havens and support for seniors, but I'd really like to go back to this question. Does the honourable member think that this technology is going to help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in the future?
The honourable member for King's Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I'm sorry, I am going to answer in English because it's a direct question, and I want to make sure that my answer is absolutely clear.
Look, yes, as a member of Parliament, I absolutely believe that SMR technology is going to be crucial for us in order to be able to reduce emissions associated with the production of oil and gas, for us to be able to meet our environmental targets, and to be able to create the economic prosperity that this country exists. I won't speak. I'm not a member of the Cabinet. I'm a member of Parliament, and my job is to bring forward the ideas that I think are important. I would suspect that my colleague opposite, although she might agree with absolutely everything her party stands for, perhaps there's other areas that she can think outside the box, and I can't speak for our party on this issue, but it's where I stand as a parliamentarian.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's no secret that the pandemic continues on, that it's getting harder and harder for families to make ends meet. Families are struggling, yet this government has cut back supports and, in fact, has clawed back support from seniors, not their corporate friends. They have not gone after them. They've actually gone after seniors and families trying to make ends meet. I'm wondering where my colleague is on the current cutbacks that have been made by their government, and whether he is willing to at the very least, give a one-time payment to seniors in the interim who have been impacted by GIS cutbacks, some who are actually ending up on the streets. And as our colleague from North Island, Powell River, indicated, we actually lost a senior due to poverty yesterday.
The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg Centre. She's certainly a passionate advocate every time she's on her feet in this House. Look, I have a number of seniors in my riding, including those that I would consider vulnerable. I'm proud of the work that our government has done. And let me address the question first as it relates to the GIS clawback. This government, in the economic update, has said that absolutely we will be addressing that. It's a $700 million measure that this government is doing. So, yes, the member opposite, I hope she's going back and telling her constituents, yes, this government will. As it relates to the timeline, I'm not the Minister of Finance, but I'm happy to say that I know that this is a priority for our government and it will be addressed. But let's go back. Old age security increase, guaranteed income supplement increase. We've increased the threshold for those before they start paying taxes, which also supports low-income seniors. This government has no record. This government is certainly proud of its record, and we have no reason to be disappointed because we've been there for seniors throughout.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from King's Hands for his wonderful speech. I know at the end he said he didn't have enough time to cover everything he wanted to cover. I would like to give him an opportunity to speak probably on the so-called blue economy and how it will affect his province and, of course, the province in which I come from, which is so important.
The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Avalon. And just quickly, I did spend time in Newfoundland this fall. What a beautiful place of the country. And I know the member has one of the best areas from coast to coast. Blue ocean economy, he mentioned it. It is extremely important. There is a $1.5 trillion opportunity that exists in ocean technology and innovation. We had the opportunity as an Atlantic Caucus to engage with Kendra McDonald, the CEO of the Ocean Supercluster. They are doing tremendous work. I know it matters to that member's riding. We need to continue that work through the superclusters, whether it be the automation one in Ontario or the Protein Industries Canada in the West. Those 5 superclusters are doing tremendous work, and we need to continue to support them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Calgary Centre?
Oh, Calgary Centre, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I want to ask my good friend over there from King's Hands about some of the statistics he's quoted here coming into the House. Best debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Surely he's got some better numbers than that, because that's clearly not the case when you look at the whole country as a whole. And you look at the nature of what he's talking about here. Conservatives, he said, need to pick a lane. Which lane are we as far as overspending? $560 billion. That the Parliamentary Budget Office says $176 billion had nothing to do with COVID. So in as much as money has been spent on COVID, which we have supported while we get through this pandemic, can you please tell us why they had to spend $176 billion extra on things that had absolutely nothing to do with the pandemic?
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, let me congratulate the member from Calgary Centre. He is very articulate, and I really appreciate his opportunities and his interventions in the House. What I would say to this is I was quoted, and you'll have to go back in the Hansard, and if I misrepresented, that Canada has the best net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. That's a number that's quoted directly from Finance Canada. If he takes issue with it, I would encourage him to raise it in his committee. What I find ironic about the Conservative Party is when I would ask the question back as to what program they wouldn't have supported, there's very rarely any answer to what that would be. What I would say is, to answer his question in honest, the pandemic, yes, is front and center in terms of the issues that the government is tackling. We have other issues to tackle: reconciliation, climate change, continuing to support different innovation in the economy that we were just talking about. So the idea that the government can only spend on the pandemic and none other priorities, I think, is certainly not the way that we've seen it on this side of the House.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
All right. Oh, well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be speaking tonight. I am going to be totally honest with you, and given all the great and wild events of today, I'm going to be doing this speech extemporaneously and sharing my time with the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Now, when I look at the Bill C-8 in the context of where we are today in Canada, I have a number of key concerns. C-8 in itself isn't necessarily the worst bill, but it's the context in which we're looking at C-8 in Parliament today and all of the other things happening in our great nation. Part 1 of C-8 talks about changes to the Income Tax Act, a new refundable tax credit for improving air quality. Clause B talks about a new tax credit for travelers in the north. Clause C talks about school supplies tax credit, increasing it from 15 to 25%. Clause D of the bill talks about a new refundable tax credit in the backstop provinces for fuel on farms. All of these measures in and of themselves are not bad measures. Furthermore, the Underused Housing Tax Act, taxing foreign buyers in this country, not necessarily the worst thing. Part 3, 6-year limitation on the loans offered to small businesses in Canada to be in line with other student loan program in Canada, not the worst measure. Part 4, authorizing payments made to the Consolidated Revenue Fund to put in new ventilation systems in school. Part 5, more money for vaccine and COVID-19 related initiative. Part 6, $1.72 billion from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for COVID tests. We've actually been asking for those for a long time, and even despite all the money being spent, they still haven't got them to us. And then Part 7, changes to the Employment Insurance Act. All of these measures in and of themselves, each measure in this omnibus bill, are not bad clauses. The problem, however, relates to accountability, transparency, and the state of the nation. This afternoon, actually, right before I ran into the House, realizing I was going to be speaking soon, I had a quick call with the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And he reminded me of the report he provided Parliament and to all Canadians on the state of this government's finances and what they've reported to Parliament. Now, since the election, this is only the 5th sitting week we've had. And I remember very clearly on December 14th that the public accounts were finally tabled. Madam Speaker, this was 6 to 7 months later than we normally see. In fact, in the PBO report, it outlined that Canada was an outlier in respect to other developed nations in respect to financial transparency and accountability. What's even more egregious, Madam Speaker, is that 2 days later, barely enough time to receive a copy of the audited reports from the various government departments to look at what the consequences of that spending was, how it actually materialized on line item reporting in government departments across the country. The government tabled C2. And in C2, they requested billions upon billions of dollars more that they asked this Parliament to approve to address the economy, to address COVID-19. But Madam Speaker, how can this government ask parliamentarians to indebt future generations with more and more spending when we haven't even had the time to review what was already tabled? We have to be more serious about how we're treating taxpayer dollars in this House. I can also remember in the early days of this pandemic that this official opposition was there for Canadians, and we stood with the government to approve of the necessary expenditures to make sure that people didn't lose their homes, that they were going to be able to be paid when the lockdowns came. But we're past that time now. The country's changed a lot in 2 years. In fact, on January 21st, I was driving into Vancouver for some meetings, and I was listening to Dr. Bonnie Henry on CKNW. And I was shocked with what I heard, because just the week prior, my son's daycare had been shut, and my wife and I had to juggle a 2-year-old at home while we're both trying to do our jobs. And the school had to shut down because they were following provincial health orders. And we agreed to that. That was a great thing. We needed to follow those protocols to keep children safe. No one's disputing that. But the week after, I actually walked away when I got out of my car listening to CKNW and Dr. Bonnie Henry, that things were going to improve, that the Omicron virus wasn't having such a bad impact on people as she had originally anticipated. And she said that it was time to start changing our thinking about how we treated this virus and its mutations. And she actually said that we need to start looking at COVID-19 Omicron in the context of other respiratory illnesses like influenza and other viruses. More recently, Dr. Kieran Moore from Ontario said that, and I quote, "We have let our lives be controlled for the last 2 years in a significant amount of fear, and now we are going to have to change some of that thinking. We can't eliminate this threat," he goes on. "We have to learn to live with it." Dr. Theresa Tam here in Parliament recently said, "I think many experts believe that so-called herd immunity may not be achievable with this virus because it undergoes constant evolution." So what you're looking at is this endemic state where people will get reinfected over time as immunity wanes. In other words, I interpret that versions of COVID-19 are going to be with us for a while. And our public health officers are telling us to start reevaluating both the lockdowns and the way perhaps governments are spending money in conjunction with this terrible virus that has had such a negative impact on all of our lives. So how does this relate back to Bill C-8? Well, it starts back in our ridings. On Saturday, I went by my office to pick up some materials before flying into Ottawa on Sunday, and there was a protest at my office. There were a lot of angry people, a lot of people who weren't pleased with me. And I went and I spoke with them, and a lot of people were ticked off that I spoke with them, and people at the protest were ticked off at me because I'm pro-vaccine. But I said to them that you have a right to be angry right now. For 2 years, we've been living in a state of fear. For 2 years, our lives have been upended. For 2 years, my young children haven't known anything different. In fact, my 2-year-old son only knows the world of COVID. So what I'm encouraging this government to do today is to start looking past COVID-19 now and not telling Canadians that we have to live with the same type of fear that we did have to live with perhaps 2 years ago, but now we can start to move on. So that is why I'm so displeased with this government, that they're not giving Parliament and they're not giving this House enough time to review expenditures, to understand the consequences of how we're spending money, the consequences of what lockdowns are doing, and the consequences of not changing our thinking very rapidly. People are angry. We see it outside today. People are looking for hope. And what all Canadians are looking for is a bit more transparency and a bit more openness from this Liberal government to get our lives back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Although I really did appreciate the references back to the provincial Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Kieran Moore, a friend of mine from Kingston, I failed to see the connection that the member was trying to make between what those medical professionals were saying and the state of this pandemic that we are in now. The member, I don't think, is incorrect at all when he says that this pandemic is moving into an endemic state and that COVID will be with us for a while to come. But that's what this bill is specifically about. It's about starting to prepare and putting resources into the places so that we can deal with this in the endemic state that it's entering into. For example, making sure that we give, through the provinces, schools money to improve their ventilation systems, to making sure that we help provinces with their vaccination certificate or vaccination proof of vaccination certificates.
Member for Mission Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Well, I think the province of British Columbia was able to handle their vaccination certificates just fine. That clause of this bill is a political clause more than anything else in this bill. We all have the technology in every province already to put in that system. What we need to look at now is when we can move past that so people can get their lives back to normal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we are concerned by the government's silence when it comes to Quebec and the province's requests on healthcare transfers. As my colleague stated at greater length earlier, the harms go way back due to the federal government's lack of accountability in giving the provinces enough money for health care. Today, we can ignore the problem no longer. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what does he think about the fact that the federal government is absolutely refusing to increase healthcare transfers to the provinces and Quebec, no strings attached, so that we can finally face the urgent situation?
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et j'aimerais merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for l'Île d'Orléans. I agree with some of her points. We must allow the provinces to do what they want to do. Manage our health systems. Manage our educational systems. The federal government must respect our jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank the honourable colleague from the Conservative bench who brought up the fact that this bill, although many of the aspects inside of there, all of these sections, particularly the sections related to housing and related to relief, pandemic relief for schools, they're in fact good measures. However, what I'm concerned about is where the government has not put the resources. You know, there's many things in this bill that, of course, have some good aspects to it, but there's many that do not. And one of the biggest aspects I believe that are missing that I would hope the member can comment on is related to supporting and making sure that the enforcement and resources for enforcement, for ensuring that healthcare providers across the country are truly protected and ensuring that we provide the resources, just like the member just recently mentioned from the Bloc bench, that we need more support for the provinces.
Brief answer from the member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Yeah, 2 quick points. Thank you to the member from Edmonton Griesbeck. Again, I believe that we shouldn't try to, the government of Canada should not be choosing which federal or provincial program it wants to support. Provinces are better off making those decisions on the ground where they know where to allocate their resources most effectively. And secondly, on housing, this government could have done what this House agreed to do in June, and that is to ban foreign buyers, not to make a complicated taxation system that will have very little to no effect on the role of foreign buyers in our market already. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today, as at any time, and to address another bill from the government that deals with the circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will get to some of the specific provisions of Bill C-8 towards the end of my speech, but I do want to start by talking broadly about some of the issues that are, I think, very live in debates around just the circumstances of the pandemic right now. I think two of the big areas of discussion we have are about science, about the relationship between science and policymaking, as well as questions about freedom and the importance we attach to freedom and how we define that concept as a country. So I want to talk about those 2 concepts to sort of set the stage for the rest of my remarks. So, Madam Speaker, by most accounts, the history of modern science starts with that great figure of Galileo, who tragically ended his life under house arrest, persecuted for championing the simple idea that the Earth revolves around the sun. Galileo's story is often presented as a clash between scientific rationalism and religious dogmatism, but I think the truth is not quite so simple. Galileo was himself a person of serious faith, and Copernicus, whose heliocentric theory Galileo defended, was actually a priest as well as a scientist. But while having plenty of religious supporters, Galileo also had many scientific detractors. In many cases, his critics opposed him on scientific grounds, arguing that his theories constituted bad science and should be suppressed because they involved misinformation. Regardless of their deeper motivations, both sides in the argument over heliocentrism claimed to have science on their side. So a better way of understanding the conflict between Galileo and his detractors is as a dispute within science and about the appropriate method of scientific inquiry. Galileo championed free scientific inquiry, while his persecutors emphasized trust in established scientific authority and conclusions. Galileo was presenting new data and advancing new ideas that challenged an existing scientific paradigm and establishment. He believed, rightly in my view, that the progress of science requires constant, empirically grounded questioning. He did not believe that efforts to preserve public trust in established science justified the rejection or suppression of emerging empirical data. It was a dispute between empiricism on the one hand and the demand for trust in the cultural, religious, and scientific authorities on the other. Now, as a student growing up and hearing the story, it was very easy to feel superior to Galileo's establishment-perpetuating persecutors. But in the context of the current pandemic, it may be a bit easier to understand why some people thought that the propagation of scientific ideas outside of the scientific consensus was dangerous. The questioning of scientific authority in any time can lead to distrust, confusion, unrest, and the drawing of erroneous conclusions. Galileo's ideas could have turned out to be wrong. But despite its risks, this process of reasoned and empirically grounded questioning of received wisdom has always allowed societies to draw new conclusions and soar to new heights, figuratively and literally. Our commitment to questioning old ideas and seeking new discoveries has the potential to push ourselves still further, despite the friction that we may experience along the way. Now, during this pandemic, the public has been encouraged to trust the science. But in practice, this has generally meant trusting the established public health authorities, rather than holding public health authorities accountable through rigorous empirical critique. Public health authorities deserve our thanks for their incredible efforts during immensely challenging times. But they have also gotten some things wrong and given health advice which has been contradicted later or was being contradicted by public health authorities in other jurisdictions. Points of dissonance have generally been explained on the basis that the science has changed. In many cases, though, such as with masking at the beginning, public health advice changed quite independently of new empirical evidence. Public health advice on masking seemed to be much more a function of the available supply of masks than it did of actual new evidence on mask effectiveness. And even so, science can only ever move forward if it is first questioned and put to the test. The process of inquiry, of advancing hypotheses which are initially regarded with skepticism, is not anti-science, rather it is fundamental to science. There would never be any scientific progress if people were not willing to question established ideas or patterns of thinking. Now, there are many potential examples of the seeming disconnect between official scientific advice and emerging empirical evidence. Now, many people are asking about why the scientific advice in different jurisdictions around the appropriateness of lockdown is very different. Why other countries, public health authorities in other countries, looking at the science are coming to very different conclusions than some public health authorities in Canada. Now, one thing that I have spoken about in the past is about some of the evidence around the relationship between low vitamin D and COVID-19. A systematic review of scientific literature published in January of 2021 found, quote, most of the articles demonstrated that vitamin D status in the blood can determine the chances of catching coronavirus severity and mortality. Therefore, keeping appropriate blood levels of vitamin D through supplementation or through sunshine exposure is recommended for the public to be able to cope with the pandemic. About half a dozen meta-analyses conducted since have come to the same conclusion. This is an interesting example because in response to a question about vitamin D asked here on April 22nd, the former health minister described recommendations for vitamin D supplementation as emerging from, quote, the myriad of fake news articles that are circulating around the internet, end quote. So while the former health minister, I'm sure, would like to be thought of as being pro-science, her approach to new empirical information has many of the hallmarks of the Inquisition. That is, an approach that defends conventional wisdom, even when that conventional wisdom is contradicted by emerging empirical evidence that is clear throughout the scientific literature. So, Madam Speaker, if we falsely equate a pro-science position with a pro-establishment position, then we are undermining the process of questioning and analysis that is vitally necessary for any kind of scientific process. And I encourage this kind of open-minded reevaluation to be applied to all aspects of COVID-19 policy. This applies not just in the natural sciences, but also in the social sciences. Our policy responses to COVID-19 need to continually grow and change in response to new evidence. We will not be able to grow and change if the necessary process of challenging pre-existing conclusions with emerging evidence is suppressed. Now, Madam Speaker, on the subject of freedom as such, we can see how what is true for science is also true for other domains of human action. That the freedom and the capacity to ask questions, to present unpopular opinions, and to live according to one's sincerely held beliefs while respecting the rights of others to do the same, the ability and the character competency required to do this is what makes the process of human progress possible. And I think on these issues, John Stuart Mill points the way for us. Mill did not argue that freedom was necessarily natural or that freedom was some a priori human right. He didn't need to make those arguments because he was able to show that freedom is good because it is useful. This seminal thinker of what we used to call liberalism argued persuasively that when people are able to challenge existing norms and practices and to live in different ways, society is furnished with empirical data that helps others understand what actually leads to human happiness. If I live my life in one way and you, Madam Speaker, live your life in another, then others are able to see the degree to which these modes of behavior contribute to human flourishing or not, and are therefore able to shape their lives, at least partially, in response to that information. Mill used the term experiments in living to describe this process of learning from the choices of others and their consequences. That applies to experiments in science, and it also applies to experiments in living. That greater variation and a willingness to buck established trends helps to furnish a broader range of data points from which we can then draw useful conclusions. Unfortunately, modern progressivism deviates from liberalism in its lack of humility. Modern progressives assume that they know the right path and therefore can impose it. They assume that an inevitable trajectory of history makes every step they take necessarily right and good, and so they easily justify any action which moves things along towards their chosen ends. Now, concretely, this government's agenda includes highly coercive policies, aimed, for instance, at imposing vaccination on the unwilling, as well as we can talk about draconian new internet regulations and a planned new values test for charities. That's just what we know so far. Madam Speaker, true liberalism is about saying that people should not go to jail, they shouldn't be penalized, they shouldn't lose their jobs just because they hold views or want to make choices that I personally don't agree with. A person can be anti-coercion while still being pro-vaccination. A person can be pro-free speech without liking everything that gets said as a result. But we see clearly from their agenda, this government is not a liberal government in the classic sense. It is an illiberal government. It is a government that has turned its back on classic liberalism and is instead embracing an authoritarian progressivism. It's a government that values being woke over being free. Madam Speaker, I think we need to re-engage in our response to this pandemic with this classic wisdom around the importance of honest scientific inquiry and the importance of human freedom. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Notwithstanding the fact that the member promised he would get to the bill and he didn't, he did address the issue of science and the evolution of science, and in particular he used an example about masks. The member would have you believe that because some people question masks in the beginning, and as we've evolved through our understanding of the virus, we've now come to the conclusion that certain masks, i.e. cloth masks, are not as good as other masks, that somehow that means that those people were right. And what he's basically trying to do is trying to say science was the process of proving that because we claimed it in the beginning, when it's not. Science is the process of evolving through learning about the disease, learning about how it's transmitted, and learning about how masks work.
The Honourable Member Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member had a very sort of confrontational tone in the process of posing the question. I'm not sure if we actually disagree very much on what the process of science is. What I said is I think the same thing that he said at the end, which was that the process of scientific inquiry requires asking questions, challenging received wisdom, experimenting, putting forward hypotheses, and then that empirically grounded process of questioning leads to new conclusions. And I made a point in my remarks about just the importance of that process and of legitimate empirical questioning of received authorities. At the time that the member refers to, I was looking at the science on masks, and I took a bit of a risk as a member of Parliament saying I think our public health authorities are wrong in their advice not to wear masks. I said that at the time, which was maybe a bit of a risk, but I read the empirical evidence and I thought that that this was an important thing to say, and it turned out that the thing I said was correct, and it shows just the value of empirically grounded questioning.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Avignon-Lamétis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm not quite sure where he was going with all that. There were a number of things that he said in his speech that I find problematic when it comes to questioning science. I'm not sure that we all agree. And to say that people have the freedom to think something else, to think that what science is proposing is not right, and that perhaps people might in other times have gone to prison because they didn't think the same thing as the government. Well, I find that the freedom is being used to mean an awful lot of things, and we can see it in the street right now. But when it comes to the health measures put in place to fight COVID, is he saying that those measures are not legitimate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many things I could respond to in that question I probably won't have time for. The member was sort of saying that freedom is used in a lot of different ways these days. I think she's saying that, freedom can be used in this way and that way. But my point is that there is this space for human freedom that should go beyond the things that I like. Right? I might say people should get vaccinated, but that doesn't mean that I should force that view on other people. That doesn't mean that I should try to coerce people by saying they should be fired, for example, because there is a legitimate space for individuals to say, hey, I have, for whatever reason, through whatever process, come to different conclusions, and I believe we have to retain this idea of classic liberalism, that individuals should be able to make choices about themselves and their own private spheres without being threatened with job losses or other consequences for coming to different conclusions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A brief
Thank you,
question.
Madam Speaker. Oh, briefly, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable friend from from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I think your speech was a welcome attempt to find some place where we can have a conversation without yelling at each other. I think we need to find more occasions like that. I have had similar conversations about vitamin D and wonder why we can't, after we start being out of pandemic, open up a space where we can provide the evidence and convince each other. We need vaccinations, but maybe we need other things as well.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, brief answer, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her kind words. I look forward to hopefully being able to see her in Ottawa at some point soon and continue that conversation. I've also launched a great new podcast called Resuming Debate, which is entirely dedicated to this idea of civil conversation substantively with other members about issues, so I encourage everybody to download it. Thank you.
As we go to resuming debate, I will unfortunately have to interrupt, and then the member will be able to continue his speech when this is before the House again, but I did want to give him a heads up. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, resuming debate.
Well, I hope that podcast is not going to be monetized, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, the member might find himself in a slight conflict of interest, having just used this floor to advertise that fact. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I realize that I am going to be cut off, so maybe I will address and further conclude on the question that I had for the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. What I was getting at was not that I have a difference in opinion with him in terms of allowing science to take its course. What I have a problem with is when people start saying the answer is vitamin D. The answer is no. The answer is no. Or masks don't work. When people were saying this stuff without having any kind of scientific background to support it, is when it's problematic. It's like me saying to you, Madam Speaker, it's 4 o'clock, and you say no, it's not 4 o'clock. And then 5 minutes later, I say, it's 4 o'clock. And you say, no, it's not 4 o'clock. And then I say it again, and you say, yeah, it's 4 o'clock now. And I say, see, I told you were right. And yes, it is. It is, Madam Speaker. And my point.
Order. I just want to remind members that they will have a chance to ask questions and comments. Maybe not today, but they will still have a chance to ask questions and comments. And I'd ask them to hold on and let the honourable member do his speech, because he's limited in time for this evening. The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Maybe I'll be invited on the podcast, Madam Speaker, and we can have this conversation there. The point that I was trying to make, Madam Speaker, is that when we look for those answers, we have to look for them through the proper processes to get those answers through the scientific process. What I fear in what I heard from the member's speech is that he's trying to validate some claims that were made previously that end up becoming true. He's trying to say, well, they were right all along. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with, a number of the comments that I heard today. I don't agree with the member from Mission Mascot-Fraser Canyon who said that the part of this bill that talks about supporting the proof of vaccination is somehow a political tool in this. I encourage him to go and talk to the Premier of Ontario, who is more than willing to take assistance from the federal government in order to make these programs successful and make sure that they work. He completely downplayed the situation by saying, well, any province can develop an app and you show an app and blah, 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 as if to suggest that it's that simple. The reality is that it's not, and we know that. Just last night, I walked into the Rexall at the corner of Metcalfe and Nepean Street, and there was a gentleman, I'm going to assume that he was one of the protesters, who's holding a phone in front of the face of the clerk without a mask on, saying, you can't make me wear a mask, you can't make me wear a mask, and essentially challenging this individual. And I think it's extremely problematic. So when the member from Mission Mascot-Fraser Canyon talks about
Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon has a point of order.
The member is inferring that I am opposed to wearing masks when my question had to do with vaccination status and my
part of debate. I would ask him to hold that for his comments. A very limited time. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So and what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that when it comes to the proof of vaccination and the resources that it's going to be required, it's a lot more than just the app, quote unquote, that he said every province already had. It's about putting the right supports and mechanisms in place to support provinces and territories, the supports that they're asking us for and that they want in order to help them get through this. Madam Speaker, I recognize that I will have to use the rest of my time tomorrow to conclude my remarks. I look forward to talking about this. There's a lot in this bill. In particular, I want to talk about the housing tax that relates to non-Canadians, non-residents, and the member from Calgary Centre's obsession with trying to conflate it with other issues that the Conservative Party have been touting around for the last few years about Liberals and housing, and I look forward to the opportunity to do that tomorrow. Thank you.
And the honourable member will have 16 and a half minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conforme.
So, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last December, I asked the Minister of Finance if she's heard from Canadians about all the difficulties that people are facing these days. I highlighted how dire and tragic the situation really was, as parents have to choose between putting food on their table or buying clothing for their kids. That Canadians were finding it increasingly hard to keep up with the rising prices on just about everything. In her reply, the Finance Minister said that I was talking down on the Canadian economy. Knowing that her answer was filmed and would be watched by my constituents in Brantford Brant and many others across this great country, she rhymed off a number of abbreviated references that mean nothing to hardworking Canadians and brought up our net debt to GDP ratio, like it had anything to do with my question. And then she added that Canadians should be proud of our economic recovery. One of my constituents, Ben, commented under that particular video, quote, "The arrogance of this minister's tone is so disrespectful. The Liberals do not look out for the everyday Canadians," end of quote. Another constituent, Bren, said as follows, "I don't believe there is a politician out there today that will answer a direct question on point. It seems there is no direct interest in showing what is truly happening in Canada today." Crystal commented, quote, "Well said. I got lunch snacks the other day, literally 3 bags of food, and it cost me $120. I remember when $100 used to fill my cart." Madam Speaker, this is what Canadians are saying, and the government must listen to them. Recently, I rose in the House and brought to the government's attention the following: that Canada's inflation is reaching a 30-year high, that gasoline is over $1.50 a litre on average, that nearly 60% of Canadians are finding it difficult to feed their families. And throughout this year, thanks to just inflation, people have to find an additional $1,000 for groceries because everything is going up. And if that's not bad enough, the government recently announced that the CPP tax would be an extra $700 coming out of families' paychecks. Again, I said to this government that may mean nothing to the Prime Minister, but it matters to everybody else. Just inflation, Madam Speaker, is making life harder for everybody. They earn less, they spend more, they save nothing, and accumulate more debt. Canadians are concerned, worried, and stressed. The mental health crisis does not only exist in the government's talking points, it is real. It is a reality that people are facing each and every day. Madam Speaker, it's a well-known fact around the globe that this Liberal government has spent the most money on its pandemic response and achieved the least. They printed money and irresponsibly distributed, such as to prisoners. They sent millions to help wealthy corporations that were profitable during the pandemic and simply used those funds to pay dividends to their shareholders. They paid Chinese state-owned companies while small businesses and communities from coast to coast to coast struggled to get their well-deserved support. At the same time, while free cash flows left and right, this Liberal government is delaying many important projects due to a lack of funding. Gawenio School is a federally funded elementary and secondary school with 145 students located in my riding on 6 nations of the Grand River Territory. For over 30 years, this school has provided instructions to its students in Mohawk and Cayuga until the 8th grade when English is introduced. They are in urgent need of funding for a new school. Currently, lessons are being delivered in a space leased from the privately owned Iroquois lacrosse arena. The classrooms are...
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. He'll be able to continue under his 1 minute after the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance has a chance to respond. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to provide as fulsome answer as I can in response to my honourable colleague who just rose in the House. Canadians can rest assured that our government takes the rising cost of living seriously and has been very focused on addressing issues surrounding affordability for Canadian families. Canadians know all too well that the global pandemic continues to impact our everyday lives in a variety of ways. COVID inflation is a global phenomenon, and it is caused by economic complications, which include the challenging economic impact of the pandemic itself and the unprecedented challenge of reopening the world's economy, something that we've never had to do before. Indeed, the Bank of Canada and other private sector economists anticipate that inflation may stay higher for somewhat longer than initially expected, but they also expect it to ease back towards 2%, the 2% target, over the next 2 years. That being said, Canadians should rest assured that when it comes to essential government programs that families rely upon, the government has had the foresight to utilize inflation indexing. The Canada Child Benefit, a program which has lifted hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty and helped this government reduce poverty rates to historic lows, continues to be indexed to the cost of living. This is also true for old age security, the guaranteed income supplement, the credit for goods and services tax, and other benefits that some of our most vulnerable Canadians rely upon. I would remind the member that our government also moved to cut taxes for the middle class while raising them on the top 1%. In addition, we have made major investments in affordable housing, launching a historic $72 billion national housing strategy. We have also lowered the qualifying retirement age for seniors from 67 years to 65 years, putting thousands of additional dollars in seniors' pockets when they reach retirement age. And we are working to build a national early learning education and child care framework. This program will not just create tens of thousands of jobs, but reduce the average cost of childcare by 50% within a year and to $10 a day over the next 5 years. This will not only make life more affordable for young families, but also get parents back into the workforce and help grow the middle class while giving every child a real and fair chance at success. I would also remind the member opposite that on December 13th, our government and the Bank of Canada announced the renewal of the 2% inflation target for the Bank of Canada for another 5-year term. This renewed framework will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada as we continue to help support Canadians through this historic crisis. So, Madam Speaker, as you can see, our government is already working hard to address the cost of living and to make life more affordable for Canadians. But we know that more is to be done, especially as we emerge from COVID-19. As we look to the years ahead, the government's focus will continue to be on jobs and growth and making life more affordable, priorities that will form the foundation of our upcoming budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following up on my latter point before I ran out of time, Indigenous Services Canada has reviewed and supported the design brief for the new school on the 6 nations of the Grand River. They've confirmed that they consider this phase of the process complete. In fact, as he then was, Minister Miller attended during the 43rd Parliament. My apologies. The then Minister of Indigenous Services attended my riding, was toured the particular location, and agreed that the funding had to be made available for the completion of the new school. However, to this date, Madam Speaker, they still have not provided funding to actually build that school. The construction of the school is shovel-ready and should be funded. At a time when we see billions of dollars being irresponsibly spent, this Prime Minister and his government have turned a deaf ear to a request from the largest First Nations reserve in Canada. It's time they had one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, by delivering significant fiscal policy support to Canadians during the pandemic and avoiding harmful austerity policies, we have seen a rapid and resilient recovery so far. In short, our government's economic plan is working. Canada has exceeded its goal in creating 1 million jobs well ahead of schedule and expectations. In fact, Canada's job recovery is amongst the strongest in the G7. And as of December, Canada has recouped 108% of the jobs lost in the depths of the pandemic compared to just 84% in the United States. In addition, just yesterday, data released outlined that as of November, Canada's GDP has now recouped all of its pandemic losses and surpassed its pre-pandemic level. We will continue to do whatever it takes to ensure Canada's economic recovery leaves no one behind, and we will do this by focusing on jobs, growth, and by making life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to working with that member to deliver affordability for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real honour to be standing up as to follow up on some questions I had of this government related to infrastructure in the context of disaster recovery in the #1 riding in all of Canada, Mission Matsky-Fraser Canyon, the #2 riding in Canada, that of Abbotsford. Madam Speaker, it is, everyone knows in this House the challenges my constituents have faced, the challenges that the constituents of Abbotsford has faced, the challenges the constituents of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola have faced as well, especially those 3 ridings, and Chilliwack Hope. So right now, for the last couple of months, we've been working very collaboratively with the government, and to the Minister of Public Safety especially, our sincere gratitude and thanks. The Minister of Finance also and I had a chance to discuss some of these issues yesterday. But what we're asking for, what British Columbians are asking for, is what this government is going to do related to the major infrastructure deficit that our province is facing as it relates to the once-in-100-year flood that we had just recently. Specifically, how are municipalities going to cover the full costs? The member from Central Okanagan and myself both represent small, rural, mountainous communities that are going to have a hard time even covering their 20% contribution on some of the recovery efforts. Secondly, in the Fraser Valley, the dike infrastructure that was downloaded onto municipalities, these communities like Abbotsford and Mission and the District of Kent and many Indigenous nations part of the Stalo community are going to have a very, very hard time funding the requisite infrastructure that we know we need, that our engineers have told us needs to be fixed to prevent yet another devastating flood. So, Madam Speaker, today, if the government could give us an update on what they're going to do in the next budget, or maybe foreshadow what they're going to do in the next budget as it relates to these infrastructure expenditures. The next point I would be remiss not to add relates to our agricultural sector. Throughout some of the ridings I've mentioned, many farmers are at a complete loss. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to recover. It's very difficult making sense of the business risk management programs, disaster financial assistance, contributions from the Red Cross, and whether the government's working with the province through the special committee on an agri-recovery framework, which would allow the province of BC to request additional funds for the unaccounted for disaster that we just went through. So an update on some of these measures would be very helpful for BC, and I hope we can get some of those answers today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Mission Matsky-Fraser Kenyon for his question, and just a gentle reminder to him that Ottawa Centre is the #1 riding in Canada, and I'm so glad that he's there in my riding at this moment. But in all seriousness, Madam Speaker, I want to thank him for his continued advocacy on behalf of his constituents on this matter. We know that November's flooding had a life-altering impact on many in British Columbia, and our thoughts continue to go out to everyone affected. The severity of this event is already clear. While we still do not have final estimates on the damage, the Insurance Bureau of Canada has estimated that the insured cost of November's floods is $515 million, the single most costly severe weather event of 2021. Not too long ago, this would have been seen as a once-in-a-decade or century type of event. But the science is clear. The impacts of climate change are real and becoming increasingly severe. According to the IBC, the Insurance Bureau of Canada's most costly years on record for natural disaster-related damages, 4 of the top 5 occurred within the last decade. Our government knows that in this changing environmental context, we need to not only help people build back, but we need to build back in a better way that creates local resiliency and protects communities for many more years to come. That is why our government has set up a joint committee with the province of British Columbia, co-chaired by our federal Minister of Emergency Preparedness and his provincial counterpart, Minister Farnsworth. This Climate Disaster Resilience Committee, which is composed of federal and provincial ministers, is working closely together and with Indigenous leadership to provide immediate and ongoing support to the people of British Columbia. This committee will collaborate to build back in a way that better protects British Columbians from future climate events, creates a cleaner and healthier communities, and supports Canada's efforts in reaching our climate goals. Speaker, work is also already underway with the province on a request for financial assistance through the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, also known as DFAA. Under the DFAA, the federal government cost shares up to 90% of all eligible disaster response and recovery costs with provinces and territories. The DFAA also offers an additional 15% top-up for mitigation enhancements or innovative recovery activities that increase future resilience. As I have previously mentioned in this House, we received an initial request from British Columbia in November. Officials are fully engaged as we await further estimates on costs from the province. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the extraordinary generosity Canadians have shown in response to this disaster. In the aftermath of the event, our government made a swift announcement that we would be matching every dollar Canadians donated to the Red Cross BC Flood Response Fund. With the province's contribution, that meant that every dollar Canadians donated turned into $3 for most heavily impacted by November's disaster. By the time the program ended in December, thanks to the generosity of Canadians, just under $90 million total has been raised. And I'm pleased to inform my honorable colleague that the Red Cross has already distributed over $17 million in evacuation-related financial assistance to more than 7,200 households. The Red Cross continues to undertake the critical work providing recovery support to those who are among the most in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Ottawa Centre for acknowledging that we need to make very real and very targeted investments in British Columbia right now to keep our population safe, to update our infrastructure, to account for these natural disasters, and to do so quickly. So my question again to the honourable member from Ottawa Centre is perhaps when does he think we're going to hear something from the Joint Committee? And does the Joint Committee have has it been granted any authority to approve of spending, or does it have to report back to the respective Treasury boards of both the province and the federal government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, thank you to the member. And I just want to answer his question around support for farmers. The honourable member raised that issue, and I have to say, Speaker, the farmers have had to deal with unique and extraordinary hardships. Our government stands with them and are committed to supporting farm families through these challenges. I understand that the Minister of Agriculture is fully engaged on this issue, and I will also endeavour to bring the concerns of his constituents to her attention. Speaker, in recognition of the changing global climate and the realities of Canada's climate emergency, this government has further demonstrated concrete commitment to augmenting a national state of readiness and creating a culture of preparedness across the country. the creation of a dedicated emergency preparedness portfolio will help our government focus on combating climate-related disasters and improve our overall resilience. And an ongoing review of the disaster financial assistance arrangements program will also ensure that there is an updated, sustainable system available to provinces and territories. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member of Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I originally asked the Minister of Agriculture about what it will mean for farmers if the government restricts fertilizer use, I stressed how crucial it is for all Canadians across the country. Since then, the problem is only getting more obvious. After all, we're talking about the people and operations that produce our food and our other essential supplies. It is something so critical for people in their daily lives and for the basic functioning of our entire economy, as 1 in 6 jobs relies on agriculture. And yet, ever since the Liberals first announced it over a year ago, they have kept everyone in the dark. Producers, industry, and Canadian consumers are still waiting to get some clarity and reassurance about what they are actually going to do, or rather, what they are not going to do. After throwing out an open-ended announcement, will the Liberals finally rule out a restrictive approach which aggressively cuts down fertilizer use, much as what we saw in the European Union? It's a fair question, and they should be able to answer it by now. Associations and industry have been asking for a long time, but the government won't say either. Whenever I ask them, they all say that the government has not been consulting with them. As time goes on, it seems like they are unwilling to clear the air, and it starts to feel like a bad sign. Let's consider what's at stake and what damage can be done by a rash decision. Myers-Norris Penny worked out a projection based on the European Union modeling over the next decade for losses as a result of a significant cut to fertilizer use in Canada. Year after year, yields will drop by millions of tons. It could get so bad that we would have a steep decline in what we can export after filling out our own domestic demand. For those working in agriculture, the sector could lose up to $10 billion in a year for an estimated total loss of $48 billion by 2030. No one can afford these devastating losses to a key part of our economy, especially when the federal government is already trying to bring down other high-performing industries such as our natural resources sector. And while maintaining food supply is a big enough challenge by itself, whether it is for here, at home, or to feed hungry populations all over the world, we can expect more problems to come along. We had a terrible drought this past year, compounded by bad years of lack of moisture in years prior, which brought yields down to lows unseen since 2007, and it could happen again with future bad years. Aside from weather conditions, the government is already pushing for a rapid expansion of biofuel production. They're going with the expectations that Canada can produce 26 million tons of canola by 2025, which we can definitely do, but only if we don't also remove the tool that makes it possible. In an order paper question that I submitted, the government response came back saying that they're specifically looking to reduce the uses or emissions from nitrogen-based fertilizers. One of the fundamental problems with that, and that they're unwilling to recognize or admit, is that canola and corn, which are some of the main crops that are used for biofuels, are some of the biggest consuming crops of nitrogen-based fertilizer to grow the bushels to get the yield that we need to meet these demands. By creating more demand, we'll need the same crop for food and fuel supply together. Then we definitely can't afford to sabotage our own yields by taking on a fertilizer usage reduction, which is what we saw with the European Union. Unfortunately, the minister hasn't said much about it. She quoted an informal survey of a dozen professionals who in the end actually agreed with what farmers and industry are already saying. It's been clear for far too long that the Liberals don't recognize the practical realities of producers and how the difficult decisions they have to make will impact everybody else. I challenge this Liberal government right here and right now to remove all doubt and confusion. Can the Parliamentary Secretary right here, right now, guarantee to our farmers that there will not be a restriction on the amount of fertilizer used on farm?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. In the context of extreme weather events and rising global temperatures, it's more important than ever for all of us to safeguard our soil, our air, and our water. We must ensure that our agricultural lands are healthy and productive for generations to come. And to do that, we need to lower greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture sector, which continue to make up around 10% of Canada's total emissions. Fertilizer use has played a major role in the agriculture sector's success in the last decade. However, emissions associated with synthetic nitrogen fertilizer use have also grown significantly. That's why, as outlined in Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan, the government has set a target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from fertilizer application by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. Now, let me first clarify something. This fertilizer target is not intended to reduce fertilizer use by 30%. Our approach is focused on reducing fertilizer emissions and is not a blanket mandatory reduction in fertilizer application rates. Our target is ambitious but achievable. The Western Producer conducted an informal survey about the 30% target. They asked a dozen soil nutrition experts, and most agreed that our emission reduction goal was achievable and does not require making do with less fertilizer. This target is necessary if we want our agriculture and food production to be economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable in the future. And Canadian farmers are not alone in this. Not at all. We will work closely with the industry to understand the challenges ahead and to determine how we can collectively meet the target. We are looking at all solutions to reduce fertilizer emissions while investing significantly in programs to help farmers adopt new sustainable products and management practices. Recently, we invested $165.7 million to expand the Agriculture Clean Technology Program that supports research, development, and the adoption of clean technologies, including precision agriculture techniques that can help improve the efficiency of fertilizer application. $185 million for the Living Lab program, in partnership with farmers, scientists, and others to co-develop new climate-smart practices and technologies. And on top of that, $200 million for the On-Farm Climate Action Fund, which is also part of our Agriculture Climate Solutions program, to support the immediate adoption of practices that sequester carbon and reduce greenhouse gas emissions directly on farms, including nitrogen management. Our priority remains to support sustainable agriculture. We are confident that the fertilizer target will build on the practices, innovation, and expertise that Canada's farmers and scientists are already using and developing to improve nutrient management and reduce emissions, while maintaining the quality that Canadian agriculture is known for around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thanks again, Madam Speaker. And, again, this just kind of shows the lack of awareness that the government has on how innovative farmers already have been. Having grown up on a grain farm, I definitely understand how that works, and I've seen the farming practices evolve over the years that we have when it comes to rotational crops, when it comes to being more efficient with how we apply fertilizer. Farmers have made this change for years. And, the parliamentary secretary mentioned extreme weather events. And, yeah, this last year was definitely, I would say, an extreme weather event with how dry it was. But in the region of the country that I live in, it naturally is already dry. And we've already made all the adjustments that we need to make sure that we are preserving moisture in the soil. We've got better farming practices that have already improved yields, but also better protected the soils. And this government is too afraid to actually recognize the farmers have made those changes themselves. So will the member again here today comment, and will he commit that the government will not restrict fertilizer use, much as the European Union did, because they said they were going to reduce 30% emissions as well, and they came up with a 20% fertilizer usage hard cap reduction? Yes or no?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our approach is focused on reducing fertilizer emission and not an absolute reduction. But having said that, I challenge him that farmers can't innovate even more. I mean, if my grandparents still farmed the way they did way back then, I mean, they wouldn't be in business today. I know farmers are innovators, and they're great at introducing new technologies. Precision farming is actually used to reduce fertilizer. 30 years ago, you'd have fertilizer sprayed all over the land. It's not done that like this anymore because they use precision farming. Fertilizer at the right place at the right time and then at the right moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.